Hey legends! Welcome to Fiction Blue. Buckle up for today's story. What if Harry used accidental magic to broadcast every Dursley crime on every television in magical Britain? A like and subscribe goes a long way. Now let's jump in. Chapter 1, The Signal. The television in the Weasley living room had never worked properly. This was, objectively, nobody's fault. The burrow existed in a state of cheerful structural defiance. Walls that shouldn't have been standing for 30 years, stairs that creaked in Morse code, a clock with 9 hands that tracked people instead of time, and somewhere in the middle of all that enchanted chaos, a second-hand Muggle television set had taken up residence on a wobbling side table near the fireplace. Arthur Weasley had won it at a ministry auction of confiscated items. He'd spent 3 weekends trying to understand how it received pictures from the air and had come away from the experience more delighted and more confused than when he'd started. He'd given it a small boost of stabilizing charm to keep it from sparking, declared it a magnificent piece of Muggle ingenuity, and left it mostly alone after that. It worked, technically. You could watch it if you squinted and didn't mind the left quarter of the screen being slightly more purple than the rest of reality. On Tuesday evenings it picked up a cooking program from somewhere in Somerset. On weekend mornings, when the atmospheric conditions were right, it got a children's show with a man in a yellow jumper who seemed extraordinarily enthusiastic about pasta shapes. Arthur watched both with the focused attention of a man encountering ancient scripture. Tonight was a Wednesday in late July, gone 9:30, and the house was settling into the comfortable noise of its own winding down. Molly had finished washing up and was darning a sock by the kitchen table with the quiet efficiency of someone who had darned approximately 4,000 socks and had made her peace with it. Fred and George were in their room, which meant there was an intermittent series of small muffled bangs coming from the ceiling at irregular intervals, spaced just far enough apart that Molly couldn't quite justify shouting up at them. Percy was in his room studying something that was absolutely not due until September but which Percy had apparently decided required immediate attention. Ron was asleep. Ginny had been asleep for an hour, exhausted from a day of following Fred and George around until they'd done something that had frightened her, and she'd pelted back to the house with grass-stained knees and bright eyes, refusing to tell Molly what had happened. Arthur was in the sitting room, reading a Muggle magazine about car engines with the furrowed brow of a man attempting to translate a foreign language by context clues alone, the television murmuring in the background. It was showing a documentary about migratory birds. Then it wasn't. The picture didn't cut out the way Muggle televisions usually did, no static, no rolling line of interference, no slow fade to black. The screen simply changed, the way a window changes when you look at it from a different angle. One moment there were Arctic terns banking over grey water, and then there was a kitchen. A perfectly ordinary Muggle kitchen. Clean countertops, a row of copper-bottomed pots, a calendar on the wall turned to July. A kitchen table with 4 chairs, but one of them pushed back against the wall so far it was almost out of frame, as though whoever usually sat there was meant to take up as little space as possible. Arthur lowered his magazine. A boy walked into the kitchen. He was small for his age, small in a way that went beyond genetics, small in the specific way of a child who had been given insufficient food and insufficient room and had contracted around those absences. His hair went in every direction. His clothes were enormous on him, a t-shirt that hung off one shoulder, jeans held up by a piece of what appeared to be garden twine. He was moving carefully, the way you moved in a space where you'd learned that moving wrong had consequences. He went to the refrigerator and opened it. Stood there looking at it. Then a large man came through the doorway and the boy closed the refrigerator immediately, stepped back, and the change in his posture was so total and so instantaneous that Arthur felt something drop through his chest, cold and heavy, like a stone through still water. "What do you think you're doing?" the man said. Arthur didn't move. His magazine was on the floor and he hadn't noticed it fall. "Nothing," the boy said. "I was just, get out," the man said. "Go on. Back in your cupboard. You'll eat when I say you eat." The boy went. Arthur Weasley stood up from his armchair. "Molly," he called. His voice came out strangely level. He was a calm man by nature, Arthur Weasley, slow to anger, quick to curiosity, reliably good-humored. He had a particular tone he used when something was wrong and he needed her without alarming the children. It was a very quiet tone. He'd used it perhaps 6 times in their marriage. Molly appeared in the doorway with a sock still in her hand. He pointed at the television. She looked. She walked into the room slowly, not taking her eyes off the screen. She sat down on the edge of the sofa in the same careful way the boy had moved through that kitchen, and she pressed her fingers to her mouth. On the screen, the camera, or whatever it was, because it was clearly not a camera, the angle was wrong, the perspective was the perspective of the room itself, watching, followed the boy to a door under the stairs. A cupboard. A small, dark cupboard with a bolt on the outside. The bolt slid home. "Arthur," Molly said. Her voice was very quiet. "I know. She stopped. "Is that," on the door of the cupboard, half visible at the edge of the frame, someone had written something in pencil. Small, careful letters. The camera, the thing, the broadcast, held the shot for a moment, as though it wanted them to read it. Harry's room. Molly made a sound that wasn't quite a word. In the kitchen, the large man sat back down at the table and picked up a newspaper. A woman came in and began making tea with the brisk, practiced efficiency of someone who had long ago decided not to look at certain things directly. A boy who was not Harry, broad, pink-faced, already looking remarkably like the large man, came in and opened the refrigerator and helped himself to approximately a third of its contents without anyone commenting at all. Arthur was already moving toward the fireplace. 3 miles outside Ottery St. Catchpole, in a small cottage that her mother had left her and which she had spent 8 years making comfortable without ever quite making warm, Arabella Figg sat in her armchair with her 3 cats arranged around her and watched the same broadcast on the same small screen and felt something she had been carefully not feeling for 9 years come apart all at once. She had seen the boy. She saw him regularly, she was meant to see him regularly, that was the whole point, watch him, make sure he's alive, report anything unusual. She had done her job. She had filed her reports. She had kept her mouth shut about the things that seemed, perhaps, like more than just muggles being muggles, because she'd been told the blood wards required him to be there, she'd been told it was necessary, she'd been told, on the screen, a hand came under the cupboard door. Small fingers, pushing through the gap at the bottom. Reaching toward a strip of light. They stayed there for a moment. Then they withdrew. Arabella Figg picked up a quill from the side table where she kept it ready and wrote the most furious letter she had ever written in her life, which was saying something because she had written some very furious letters to the ministry over the years about various things that had never been adequately addressed. Minerva McGonagall was not watching television. She considered television a muggle habit she had no particular need to adopt, and she spent most of her evenings at Hogwarts in her office or in her private rooms, reading or corresponding or occasionally playing chess against herself with a focus and seriousness that other people reserved for actual opponents. She was a woman who filled her own silences competently and without distress. She also owned, for reasons she had never adequately explained to herself, a small transistor television in her private quarters at Hogwarts. She'd bought it at a car boot sale in Edinburgh 3 summers ago on a weekend she'd spent in her animagus form, walking the city on 4 paws in the small hours, and she'd seen it sitting on a table between a broken lamp and a box of paperback novels and something about it had made her pause. She'd come back the next morning in human form and bought it for £2 from a very surprised young man. She used it rarely. Occasionally, late at night when the castle was quiet and something in her chest was too large to read through, she'd switch it on and let the noise of the muggle world fill the room. News programs, mostly. The world going on outside these walls. She found it grounding. Tonight she'd switched it on without thinking, an automatic gesture while she worked through September's timetabling. She wasn't watching it. It was background. Then it changed. She looked up. She was a woman who had learned to control her face over a lifetime of teaching teenagers who were watching for any crack in the surface, and she still controlled it now, by reflex, by habit. She set down her quill with a steady hand. She folded her hands in her lap. She watched the screen. She watched the boy she had watched as a baby. She had sat on that street for 12 hours in her cat form. She had sat there and watched. She had told him. She had told Dumbledore the Dursleys were the worst sort of muggles. She had said it outright, and he had said the blood wards were necessary, and she had let it go, because she trusted him, because she had trusted him through worse than this, because she had always trusted that whatever he asked her to accept was in service of something she couldn't see the full shape of. The large man came back into frame. He was saying something. The camera had no sound, or rather, the broadcast had no sound, just images, and that almost made it worse, watching the boy go still and small in the way of something that had learned exactly how much of itself to show and how much to hide. 9 years, she thought. 9 years. She stood up so fast her chair scraped back across the stone floor, and she was already reaching for her tartan traveling cloak before she'd made the conscious decision to move. The broadcast was playing in 43 wizarding homes across Britain simultaneously. Xenophilius Lovegood saw it in his kitchen while heating soup, and stopped heating the soup, and stared, and then sat down in the middle of the kitchen floor because his legs had made their own decision about whether to continue holding him upright. Hestia Jones saw it in her flat in London between Muggle neighbourhoods and Diagon Alley, and said something very unprofessional that her aura training had not quite drilled out of her. Amelia Bones, head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement, saw it in her office at the Ministry because she habitually worked late and had a small telly in the corner that her niece Susan had insisted she keep there, for company, and she watched 4 minutes of it and then summoned 2 of her most senior aurors with a Patronus that didn't bother with pleasantries and conveyed, by its urgency alone, that something had happened that was not going to wait until morning. At the Leaky Cauldron, where Tom the barman kept a telly behind the counter that was technically for cricket but which he never watched cricket on, 7 witches and wizards who had been sitting at the bar with varying degrees of contentment found their drinks going warm while they watched a child's cupboard door close and bolt. In Hogsmeade, in offices and homes and the back rooms of shops, in the 3 broomsticks where Madame Rosmerta had the set on for the background noise of it, people watched. In Godric's Hollow, where some people still lived, where the war had not emptied every house, an elderly wizard named Edmund Carew, who had known James and Lily Potter, watched the screen and felt the peculiar grief of someone watching the wrong future play out when the right one had been so close. Nobody changed the channel. It wasn't that the broadcast blocked other channels or prevented them. It was that nobody reached for the remote. That particular shape of horror, the mundane, methodical kind, a child and a bolt and a kitchen with a third too much food for some people and none for others, had a way of rooting you where you stood. The broadcast had been running for 22 minutes before the first owl arrived at the Ministry. By the time it had been running for 40, there were so many owls arriving at the Ministry building that 2 clerks working the late shift had to open additional windows on floors that were never opened at night, and the owls were still backing up in the courtyard, restless and agitated as though they'd absorbed some of the urgency of the messages they carried. Back at number 4 Privet Drive, Harry Potter was asleep. He slept badly, usually. The cupboard was too small to stretch out improperly, and he developed a habit over the years of sleeping curled on his side with his knees drawn up, and even when he did get to sleep he tended to drift in shallow, easily broken layers rather than the deep solid unconsciousness that Dudley apparently achieved every night, to judge by the snoring that shook the ceiling above him. Tonight had been worse than usual. Vernon had been in a mood since Monday, something at work, Harry gathered, something with a contract that had gone wrong, and when Vernon's work went wrong the mood came home with him and settled over the house like weather, and the mood had been building all week toward something. Harry had felt it the way you felt pressure changes before a storm, the way something in the air told you to find lower ground. Tonight, Vernon had found a reason. Harry hadn't eaten in 2 days. This was not precisely unusual, but the particular quality of his hunger tonight was different, sharper, with an edge like a paper cut, and underneath it a thin bright wire of something else that wasn't quite hunger, wasn't quite anger, wasn't anything he had a name for. He'd lain in the dark for an hour after the bolt clicked home and just let it be there, that feeling, because there wasn't anything else to do with it. He'd been thinking about the letter. It had come a week ago, a Tuesday, the owl landing on the kitchen windowsill in broad daylight with a letter addressed in green ink to Mr. H. Potter, the cupboard under the stairs, 4, Privet Drive, Little Whinging, Surrey. Harry had gotten to it first, barely, but Vernon had seen the owl and that had been its own kind of catastrophe, and the letter had been taken and Harry had been told there would be no correspondence with freaks and no funny business and the cupboard door had closed and here they were. He hadn't read the letter. He hadn't even touched it. But the address alone had sat in his head ever since and turned over, like a stone he kept finding in his pocket. Someone knew. Someone had written it down. Someone, somewhere, had looked at where he slept and put it in writing with the matter-of-fact clarity of an official document. The cupboard under the stairs. He was thinking about that address when his magic moved. He felt it the way you felt a cramp when you'd been sitting still too long, a sudden, involuntary flex of something deep inside him, something he'd never had a name for but had always known was there, the warm hum under his skin that went hot and strange when he was frightened or furious. It had always been there. It had made his teacher's wig turn blue once in first year and made him end up on the school roof when Dudley was chasing him and made the glass disappear at the zoo last summer, and every time it happened Vernon's face went the color of cured meat and things got worse, so Harry had learned to be very careful about it. He didn't know what to do with it. He just knew it was there. Tonight it moved differently. It moved the way the feeling under his ribs moved, not outward in one direction, not toward a person or a thing, but outward everywhere at once, like a breath released from a very small and very confined space into open air. He felt it go. Felt the going of it, a kind of total, involuntary release, like something that had been held under pressure finally finding every crack at once. He didn't know what he'd done. He was so tired he barely had the room to wonder about it. He pulled his knees to his chest in the familiar way, closed his eyes, and went to sleep in the particular practiced way of someone who had learned that sleep was the only place that actually belonged to him, and slept deeply, which was unusual, and peacefully, which was more unusual still, as though whatever had gone out of him in that unguarded moment had taken something with it, not something good, not something he needed. Something heavy. Something he'd been carrying without knowing he was carrying it. At Hogwarts, McGonagall was standing in front of the stone gargoyle that guarded the headmaster's office, and she was knocking on the wall beside it with the sharp decisive force of a woman who had already knocked twice and was not going to knock a third time politely. "Sherbet lemon," she said crisply. The gargoyle moved. She went up. Albus Dumbledore was behind his desk when she came in, and she knew immediately from the way he was sitting, very still, very straight, hands folded precisely in front of him, that he'd already heard. Several of the portraits on the wall were pretending to be asleep with the conspicuous effort of portraits who were very much not asleep. Fawkes, on his perch, made a low sound when McGonagall came in, something that wasn't quite a note. "Albus," she said. "Minerva." His voice was measured. "Please, sit, I'll stand." She planted herself in front of the desk with the posture of a woman who had decided, about 43 minutes ago, that she was done taking a seat in this particular office. "The broadcast. You've seen it." He looked at her steadily. "I have." "You have also received," she said, with a precision that was doing a lot of work on her behalf to prevent her from saying something she couldn't take back, "approximately how many pieces of correspondence informing you of it?" "Several," he said. "Minerva, the address." She set both hands on the edge of his desk. It wasn't a threatening gesture, she was not a threatening woman by default, but she was very tall and very certain tonight, and both of those things made it something. The owl addressed him there. The letter was addressed to the cupboard under the stairs, Albus. That information came from Hogwarts. The castle knows where students live, you know how letters go out, the address was generated when his name went into the book. She paused. "You knew." A silence. It was not a comfortable one. "The blood wards, don't," she said. He stopped. Outside, an owl landed on the windowsill. Then another. Then 4 more in quick succession. Dumbledore looked at them without moving. "I made a calculation," he said. "I weighed the danger against, against a child, she said. You weighed it against a child, and you put the child on one side of the scale, and you decided what he was worth, and you were wrong. She straightened. I am going there in the morning, Albus. With or without your authorization, I am going to that house in the morning and I am removing that boy. I'm telling you as a professional courtesy. I would also strongly suggest that you spend this evening preparing a very thorough and very honest account of every decision you made, because by my reckoning Amelia Bones is going to want one before the week is out. She left without waiting for a response. In the corridor outside, she paused and leaned against the stone wall for a moment with her eyes closed. She was not a woman who cried. She hadn't cried at the end of the war, had held herself together through the funerals and the ministry hearings and the long grey aftermath. She had thought then that she'd used up whatever mechanism was responsible for it. She was discovering she hadn't. She allowed herself 30 seconds. Then she pushed off the wall and went to write a letter to Amelia Bones. At the Burrow, Arthur Weasley was at the kitchen table with a piece of parchment and a quill and the specific expression of a man who had written 4 different opening sentences and crossed out all of them because none of them adequately captured the combination of what I just saw and what I intend to do about it. Molly was on her feet. She had been on her feet for the better part of an hour, since the broadcast had switched back to Arctic turns at the 40-minute mark with the same abruptness with which it had started, and she had stood up from the sofa and gone to the kitchen and begun boiling water for tea and had been standing at the counter since then, occasionally adding things to the pot and occasionally just standing. He's 11, she said. It was not the first time she'd said this. She'd said it several times in the last hour in the tone of someone turning a fact over and over, trying to find the angle from which it stopped being monstrous. Yes, Arthur said. He's been there since he was a year old. She stirred the pot. 10 years, Arthur. I know. The whole, all of it, the Triwizard, she stopped herself. We celebrated. Do you remember? The whole street had a party. Old Mr. Thistledown put fireworks off his roof and Mrs. Calloway made a cake and we were all, she put the spoon down. And nobody asked. Nobody asked where he went. Ron appeared in the doorway in his pajamas with his hair at an improbable angle, squinting against the kitchen light. Why is everyone awake? He said. I heard, bed, Ron, Molly said. But I heard Dad, Ronald. Ron looked at his father. Arthur met his eyes and gave a small, careful shake of his head, the adult shorthand for not now, not tonight. Ron, who was 10 and old enough to read the room, went. They heard his footsteps on the stairs and then the creak of his door. I want him out of there, Molly said. It was not a wish. It was a statement. She said it with the flat certainty of someone announcing a structural fact about the universe. I want him brought here. I want him to have a proper room and a proper meal and, she stopped. Picked up the spoon again. Put it down. I know we don't know him. I know he's not, she looked at Arthur. He ought to meet Ron anyway. They're going to be in the same year. Arthur looked at his wife and felt, not for the first time in 20 years of marriage, the particular quality of affection that doesn't need to explain itself. Let me write to Dumbledore, he said. And to Amelia Bones, because she will want to be involved and it will go better if we're ahead of it. And tomorrow I'll go to the ministry early and talk to the people who should have been talking to each other years ago. He paused. Someone is going to have to answer some questions about how this was allowed to go on. Molly poured the tea without speaking. Set a cup in front of him. Sat down across from him with her own cup held in both hands. He had a bolt on his door, she said. On the outside. Arthur picked up his quill and this time he wrote without stopping. The broadcast had reached 43 homes. By morning, the story it told would have reached 400, because of owls and fluke calls and the peculiar speed with which news moves through a small community that has collectively felt something it doesn't know how to process. In a cupboard under the stairs on a quiet Surrey street, Harry Potter slept, unknowing, with the particular deep peace of someone whose body has made a decision that their mind hadn't caught up to yet. The magic that had gone out of him was still going, had always been going, since the moment it happened, threading through every crack and gap in the world between this house and the world he didn't know he belonged to. It had found screens and sent pictures. Had found the address written in the ledger of Hogwarts Castle and used the same ink, the same logic, to say here he is, here is where he is, here is what you've been not looking at. His scar didn't burn. That was the thing people would expect, that night, the night of the broadcast, for the scar to burn. It didn't. It just was, as it had always been, a mark on his forehead in the shape of something that had missed. What Harry felt in that sleep was something closer to the feeling of setting down a weight you'd been carrying so long it had started to feel like part of you. The absence of tension you hadn't known you were holding. Outside, on the street, every house was dark. Privet Drive at midnight was the very picture of ordinary suburban peace, net curtains and tidy front gardens and all the quiet confidence of a neighborhood that had agreed, collectively, to mistake conformity for contentment. But 43 television screens across magical Britain were still faintly warm to the touch. And somewhere in the Ministry of Magic, in the Department of Magical Law Enforcement, Amelia Bones was reading Minerva McGonagall's letter for the third time with a red quill in her hand and a legal pad filling up beside her. And the weight of it, 10 years of looking away from something that had been sitting in plain sight, had begun, finally, to fall. Chapter 2, The morning after the Ministry of Magic at 6 in the morning had a particular quality to it that most people who worked there never saw, because most people who worked there arrived at 8:30 with coffee and complaints about the Flo network. At 6 it was a different place, the great atrium dim and echoing, the golden fountain catching the thin light from the enchanted ceiling above and throwing it back in wobbling ribbons across the floor, the maintenance wizards moving through the shadows with their mops and their quiet purposeful efficiency. It smelled of floor polish and old parchment and the faint sulfur of 1,000 extinguished fire connections. Amelia Bones had been here since 4. She'd stopped going home at around 2 in the morning when it became apparent that going home would be an exercise in staring at her ceiling, and she'd come in through the visitor's entrance, the red telephone box on the street above, which she'd always found faintly ridiculous and had never said so because there was a limit to the battles worth having, and she'd gone straight to her office and started working. Her desk was a landscape of parchment. Not the usual landscape of departmental parchment, budget requests and interdepartmental memos and the low-level paperwork of running a law enforcement agency, but a different kind. She had the original Wisengamot filing from 1981. She had the letter that had accompanied Harry Potter's placement with the Dursley family, which she had pulled from the sealed archive with the focused competence of a woman who knew exactly where everything was and exactly how to get it without asking anyone else's permission. She had the watch log Arabella Figg had filed, quarterly, for 9 years, and Amelia had read all of them now, all 36, and each one was the same 3 paragraphs, child observed, appears healthy, no incidents of magical significance, and they had been filed and received and stored and nobody had ever looked at them as a set until now, when reading them as a set made the hairs stand up on the back of her neck. She also had a pensieve on the corner of her desk that she very rarely used, because she found sifting through other people's memories invasive, and because she found sifting through her own memories exhausting. It was sitting there full. She'd gone into it once and come back out after 6 minutes because what she'd found, the broadcast, replayed from her own recollection of watching it, with all the particular clarity that pensive memory had, sharper than real life and twice as unsparing, had been enough for the morning. She was 51 years old. She'd been an Auror before she'd been an administrator, and she'd seen bad things. She'd come out the other side of the war with her capacity for shock largely intact because she'd had to keep it intact. You couldn't run the DMLE on a foundation of perpetual horror. You learned to feel it cleanly and then you set it aside and you did the work. She was doing the work now. Rufus Scrimgeour knocked on her open door at 6:15. He was in full Auror robes, coat buttoned, which meant he'd either slept in them or hadn't slept, and the dark beneath his eyes suggested the latter. He was the head of the Auror office and he was the closest thing she had to a deputy, and he stood in her doorway with the contained watchfulness of a man waiting for orders he already suspected were going to be significant. "Bones," he said. "Sit down, Rufus." She pushed a stack of parchment toward him. The top sheet was her preliminary summary. He picked it up and read it standing, which she allowed because he always read standing and she had long ago stopped expecting him to change. She watched him read. Watched his expression, which was trained to near blankness, work its way through several things it wasn't quite achieving blankness about. He set the parchment down. "The broadcast," he said. "It was accidental magic." "Almost certainly. The diagnostic ran overnight. I had Robards pull from the trace monitoring." She tapped the relevant page. "There was a significant accidental magic event at 4 Privet Drive, Little Whinging, at approximately 9:42 last night. Unclassified, which means the nature of the magic was outside existing parameters. The trace can tell us something happened but not what it was. What we know it was because we all watched it." Scrimgeour sat down. A child broadcasting his own circumstances across 43 television sets. 47, by the final count. 3 more owls came in overnight from people I hadn't known had sets. She paused. The magic was responding to need. The child didn't do it consciously. It was accidental, but the accidental magic of an 11-year-old potter is going to be more significant than the accidental magic of most adult wizards. What do we know about the boy? Amelia gave him a look that could have stripped paint at close range. We know exactly what 47 people watched on their televisions last night, Rufus. I mean legally. What's his status? Orphan. Legal guardian is the Muggle uncle, Vernon Dursley, per the arrangement made by Dumbledore in November 1981. No ministry oversight. No formal welfare checks. No record of any contact between this office and the household in the 10 years the boy has been living there. She said it simply and flatly because it was the way to say true things that were also terrible things without the terrible becoming something she was performing. The blood ward arrangement is Dumbledore's work and it may have genuine protective value. However, the blood ward has never been documented with this office, never been assessed by the unspeakables for its actual efficacy, and appears to have been used as a reason to leave a child entirely unsupervised in a household that has, she paused, demonstrably failed him. Scrimgeour was quiet for a moment. He had a way of going very still when he was actually thinking that was different from his usual stillness, which was just how he held himself. "Who's going to the house?" "I am," she said. "With McGonagall, who contacted me last night and who, to her credit, had already reached the same conclusions independently. And with 2 Aurors, because I want this done properly and I want documentation." She stood, straightening her robes. "I also want a summons prepared for the Wizengamot. Not immediate, I want the initial interview with the child done first, I want him somewhere safe, and I want to know who we're calling and why before we call them. But I want it ready." "Dumbledore," Scrimgeour said. "Will need to appear, yes." She moved toward the door. "Start pulling the trace logs from the last year. I want to know every time that boy's magic tripped the monitoring systems. My instinct says quite a few times, and my instinct also says none of those trips were followed up." Scrimgeour picked up her preliminary summary again. "Bones. The press is going to do what it does." She picked up her coat from the hook by the door. "What I am going to do is my job, which I should have been doing 9 years ago if anyone had thought to inform me there was a job to do." She met his eyes. "Make sure the summons is ready." She left. Harry woke to the sound of Dudley's feet on the stairs above him. He knew Dudley's footstep the way you knew weather, by its weight and its particular rhythm, by the way the whole cupboard shuddered slightly when he reached the 3rd step. It was 7:15 by the small watch Harry kept on a nail beside his pillow, and a Thursday, so the footfall had that weekend quality to it, careless and slow, stopping in the kitchen for an extended period of time during which Harry could hear, faintly, the sounds of significant breakfast preparation. He lay there and looked at the ceiling of his cupboard, which was 12 inches from his face, and felt, distantly, the strange peacefulness he'd woken with, which didn't make any more sense in the morning than it had when he'd first noticed it in the middle of the night. Something had happened. He wasn't sure what. He felt lighter than usual, which was an odd feeling to have when everything around him was exactly the same as it had been yesterday and would presumably be exactly the same tomorrow. Same ceiling. Same strip of yellow light under the door. Same sounds from the kitchen, Dudley requesting a second portion of something. Same dull awareness that he was hungry in a way that had gone beyond the acute, complaining stage and settled into the flat, background constant that just lived in him now. But something was different. He couldn't locate it exactly. It was like the difference between carrying something heavy uphill and carrying the same thing on flat ground. The weight was the same. The space it occupied was the same. But something about the relationship to it had changed. He sat up. He crossed his legs on the mattress. It wasn't long enough to swing them to the floor, not with the slant of the ceiling, and he picked up the worn-out paperback copy of a nature encyclopedia he'd found at a school jumble sale 3 years ago and which he'd read so many times the spine was gray. He'd learned a lot about migratory birds from it. He sat and read and waited for Vernon to decide that morning had happened. At the Burrow, nobody had slept well. Molly had been up since 5, which was normal for her, but the quality of her being up was different. She'd made breakfast for everyone. It was nearly 8 now and the smells of eggs and toast and fried mushrooms had brought Ron and the twins down, though Percy was still audible upstairs, getting dressed with the precise and unhurried ceremony of someone who considered thoroughness a virtue, and she'd put food in front of people with the particular focused energy of a woman who, when she couldn't fix the thing she most wanted to fix, fixed every adjacent thing she could reach. Ron was eating without looking up, which was how he ate when he was thinking about something. The twins were eating rapidly and in focused silence, which was considerably more concerning because Fred and George's silence was like a dog's stillness before a storm, it never lasted and its ending was always informative. "Mum," Ron said finally. "Who was he?" Molly looked at Arthur. Arthur looked at his eggs. "Someone who needs help," Molly said. "Is he a wizard?" "Yes." Ron processed this. He had that particular expression he got when he was working something out, brow slightly furrowed, chewing slowing down, eyes gone somewhat distant. He looked, in those moments, disconcertingly like his father. Was it accidental magic? The telly thing? "We think so," Arthur said carefully. "It was really powerful," Ron said. He said it with the frank admiration of a 10-year-old who was genuinely impressed by magic in the uncomplicated way that adults usually weren't. "I didn't even know you could do that. McGonagall can only do about 20 things at once when she's trying. This just did it to 40-odd tellies at the same time without even." He stopped. Looked at his mother's face. "Recalibrated. Is he all right?" "Not entirely," Molly said. "But people are going to help him today." Fred put his fork down. He was looking at his mother with an expression that was, for Fred Weasley, unusually serious. "The man on the telly. The big one. Fred, is someone going to do something about him?" He said it without heat, which made it more pointed. "Because if nobody does something about him I'm going to start thinking about it myself." "Frederick, I'm just telling you my thought process," Fred said. "Several very serious adults are handling it," Arthur said, in the voice he used that somehow carried authority without volume. "And you will not get involved." "I said I was thinking about it," Fred said. "Stop thinking about it." George had not said anything throughout this exchange. He was looking at his breakfast with a slight frown, the expression of someone doing arithmetic that wasn't coming out to anything good. "He was in a cupboard," he said quietly. The table went still for a second. "Yeah," Ron said. "Right," George said. And ate his breakfast, and said nothing more, and the silence he left behind had a shape and a weight and nobody tried to fill it. Minerva McGonagall arrived at the ministry at 8:30 and found Amelia Bones in the atrium already wearing her traveling cloak and the expression of someone who had been ready to leave for some time and was practicing patience. "Professor McGonagall," Amelia said. "Madam Bones." McGonagall gripped her own cloak tighter. "Thank you for your letter. And for moving quickly. There's no version of this where moving quickly is anything other than overdue, Amelia said. I have orders Shacklebolt and Tonks. She gestured to the two figures waiting by the security desk, one tall, dark, and still in the way of someone who was actually that calm, and one with a nose she was apparently partway through changing from one shape to another, who snapped it back to something more standard when she noticed McGonagall looking. They've been briefed. We go as official DMLE personnel conducting a welfare inquiry. We are not going to alarm the boy. We are also not going to allow the Dursleys to obstruct us, so if they try, they won't, McGonagall said, with the absolute certainty of a woman who taught transfiguration to teenagers. Not if I'm there. Amelia looked at her for a moment and then made a sound that might have been the beginning of a laugh, quickly converted into something more professional. Right. Shall we? They went through the Fluke connection to a pre-arranged point in Surrey, a phone box in a Muggle High Street 3 streets from Privet Drive, and walked the remaining distance in the Tuesday morning sunshine, for witches and wizards in a quiet suburban landscape, McGonagall in her travelling cloak that she'd had the presence of mind to switch for a Muggle-appropriate coat but which somehow still suggested cloak, Amelia in a sharp grey suit that suggested barrister or bank manager, Shacklebolt. And Tonks behind them in plain clothes and the exact relaxed alertness of people who did this kind of work regularly. Privet Drive was immaculate. That was the first thing. The lawns were trimmed. The cars were clean. The flower beds were a statement about what kind of neighborhood this was, a carefully maintained argument about respectability. McGonagall looked at it all and felt a cold and precise fury settle over her like a second coat. She had sat on this street for 12 hours in 1981. She had watched the neighbors and found them wanting. She had told Dumbledore. She had been given the greater good, and she had, number 4, Amelia said quietly. They went to the door. Vernon Dursley opened his front door at 9:15 on a Thursday morning to find 4 people on his doorstep, and the specific combination of their appearances, one tall black man with a watchful quality, one woman with pink hair, one person in a suit who held herself like a judge, and one very tall woman with spectacles who he recognized, with a deep and sudden unease, from the boy's letters, sent a complicated signal through his system that his brain was not fully ready to process. Mr. Dursley, the woman in the suit said. She produced an official-looking document with the smooth efficiency of someone who'd done this many times. My name is Amelia Bones, head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement. These are my colleagues. She didn't explain who her colleagues were, which somehow made it worse. We're here to speak with you and your wife about your nephew, and to assess his current living situation. You are obliged by law to allow this inquiry to proceed. She paused for exactly 1 beat. May we come in? There was a version of this conversation in which Vernon Dursley said no, called it intrusion, talked about rights and Muggle law and the fact that wizards had no jurisdiction in his home. Harry, in the cupboard, heard the footsteps at the door and the murmur of voices and went very still, the particular stillness of someone who'd learned that stillness was useful. The version of the conversation where Vernon said no did not happen, because Minerva McGonagall took 1 step forward so that she was directly in his eye line and looked at him over her spectacles with the expression of a woman who had looked at far more frightening things than Vernon Dursley this week alone and had not blinked at any of them. Vernon stepped back. They came in. Petunia was in the kitchen. She turned from the sink when they came in, 4 people in her kitchen with the door still open, and Harry heard her voice go high and sharp. Dudley was somewhere upstairs. He could tell from the footsteps. Then he heard it. Not the words, the walls of the cupboard swallowed the specific words, but the quality of what was being said, and the direction it was going, and underneath that a particular register in one of the women's voices that he had never heard in adult use when talking about him before. Not anger. Not impatience. Not the brisk efficiency of a teacher managing him. Something that was on his side. He could hear it the way you could hear the difference between rain and hail before it reached you, the same general phenomenon, completely different impact. Then he heard the bolt on his door. And then the door opened. Light came in. He'd been in the dark long enough that he had to squint, and for a moment the figure in the doorway was just a silhouette, tall, in a long coat. Then his eyes adjusted and he saw spectacles and gray hair and an expression that stopped him entirely, because it was not any of the expressions adults wore at him here. It was the expression of someone who had been looking for something for a very long time and had found it in a worse state than they'd feared. "Harry," said the woman, and her voice had a particular quality to it. "Scots," he thought vaguely, he'd read about Scotland in the encyclopedia. "My name is Professor McGonagall. I'm from Hogwarts." She crouched slightly so she wasn't filling the doorframe. "I sent you a letter." Harry looked at her. Looked past her at the kitchen, where he could see 3 other people and Aunt Petunia, who had gone the color of porridge and wasn't speaking. Uncle Vernon was out of sight but Harry could hear his voice, lower, and another woman's voice cutting through it with the smooth decisiveness of something mechanical. "I didn't get to read it," Harry said. "I know," McGonagall said. "It doesn't matter. You'll get another one." She looked at him for a moment, the oversized clothes, the garden twine belt, the way he was still half-braced, still holding himself in the compressed way he'd taught himself. Something moved through her expression that she controlled quickly and professionally. "Would you like to come out?" He came out. He straightened up in the hallway, out of the crouch the cupboard required, and felt the particular relief of being able to stand at his full height, which he never thought about when he was in the cupboard because thinking about it didn't help. McGonagall stood with him in the hallway for a moment. The kitchen was still happening, voices, Petunia now, and the clear controlled tones of whoever was in charge of all this, and Harry looked at the kitchen door and back at McGonagall. "Am I in trouble?" he said. The expression that crossed her face then was not one he could fully read. It was complex and fast and she set it aside very deliberately before she spoke. "No," she said. "You are not in any trouble whatsoever. Some things are going to change today. You have my word." Harry looked at her. He was 10 years old and he'd been told things by adults many times, things that were intended to manage him, and he was a careful and accurate reader of the space between what adults said and what they meant. He looked at Minerva McGonagall and he read that space as precisely as he could, and what he found there was, nothing. No gap. No management. She said it because it was true and because she wanted him to know it was true, and the simplicity of that was so unusual that he didn't quite know what to do with it. "All right," he said. The woman in the gray suit, Amelia Bones, he'd learn the name later, came to the kitchen door. She looked at Harry with a direct, assessing attention that wasn't unkind, the way someone looked at you when they were taking accurate stock. "Harry. I'm going to need to ask you some questions, when you're ready." "Not here." She glanced at McGonagall. "Somewhere better." "Can I get my things?" Harry said. The fact that his things were all in the cupboard, that the question was answered by a gesture back toward the small dark space he'd just been extracted from, this landed in the hallway between all 4 of them with a weight that nobody commented on and nobody forgot. "Of course," Amelia said. "Very steady. Very quiet." Harry went back into the cupboard and picked up his encyclopedia and the watch from the nail and the small photograph of a man and woman on a broomstick that he kept tucked inside the encyclopedia's cover and which was the only photograph he owned and therefore the most important thing he had in the world. He tucked it back into the book. He came out. He looked at Vernon, who was standing in the sitting room doorway. Vernon looked back at him. Vernon's face was doing something complicated, cycling through outrage and uncertainty and something underneath both that Harry had never seen on his face before. Something that might have been shame, though Harry had always assumed Vernon was immune to it. Harry looked at him for a moment. He didn't say anything. He didn't need to. Whatever he felt looking at this man in this moment, and he felt things, several things, stacked in complicated ways, he felt none of the usual tightening, none of the reflex of making himself smaller. He just looked. Then he turned away and followed Amelia Bones out the front door. Behind him, in the kitchen, he heard Tonks. She'd introduced herself in the hallway with a cheerfulness that had seemed slightly deliberate, pink hair and a friendly expression that had nonetheless not moved an inch when Petunia tried to ask her to leave, say to someone, "Right, let's talk about the formal questioning process, shall we? It's very straightforward. Mostly paperwork. Not mostly paperwork. The door to number 4 Privet Drive closed behind Harry Potter, and he stood on the front step in the July sunshine, and he looked at the street, the clean lawns and the matching houses and the world that had been everything he knew, and felt, quite clearly and without particular drama, that something was over. McGonagall was at his shoulder. "Come on," she said. "Let's get you somewhere with breakfast." He went with her. By noon, the story was everywhere. The Daily Prophet ran it above the fold, first edition, accidental magic broadcast, Harry Potter's 10 years in Muggle home draws Wisingamot attention. The subheading read, Ministry acts after widespread viewing of child's living conditions. Beneath that, a picture of number 4 Privet Drive, somebody had been quick with a camera, and beside it a photograph of Harry from 1981, baby in a green blanket, which was the only photograph anyone had. The owl post at the ministry doubled and then doubled again. Several concerned wizards and witches who lived in Hogsmeade arrived at the ministry in person, which the security staff were not equipped for on a Thursday morning. A woman named Griselda Marchbanks, who was approximately 140 years old and had the energy and obstinacy of someone half that age, arrived in the atrium and demanded to speak to someone in charge, and when she was told Madam Bones was out she said she would wait and sat down in a chair near the fountain in a way that made it very clear she had nowhere better to be and no intention of leaving. The Prophet got a second edition out by 2 o'clock. Rita Skeeter had a column that was half speculation and half the product of aggressive owl questioning of anyone who'd watched the broadcast, and it contained 3 factual errors and a lot of righteous indignation that would have been more convincing coming from someone with Skeeter's history with righteous indignation. But even her column, between the melodrama and the misquoting, contained the actual story, and the actual story was bad enough that the melodrama was almost beside the point. In the leaky cauldron, Tom made lunch for a crowd twice the usual Thursday size and listened to conversations happening at every table. The mood was not comfortable. People were doing the thing communities did when they'd been confronted with a truth they could have found earlier if they'd been looking, swinging between outrage and the particular discomfort of outrage that has some self-awareness to it. "Someone should have checked," said a witch at a corner table, firmly. "Who?" said her companion. "Who should have checked? Dumbledore put him there. You don't check on something Dumbledore's done. You do if something seems wrong." What seemed wrong? Nobody knew anything was wrong. Nobody knew because nobody asked, the witch said. Which is exactly the same thing as nobody looking. At another table, 2 older wizards who'd fought in the war were quieter. "We all just went home," one of them said eventually. The other man didn't answer. He picked up his drink and put it down without drinking from it. "We went home," he agreed. Harry ate, for the first time in 2 days, a full meal. It was at a safe house that Amelia Bones used for sensitive ministry business, a small, neat flat in a part of London that was neither conspicuously Muggle nor conspicuously magical, and the meal was produced by Tonks, who turned out to cook with the same cheerful unpredictability she brought to everything else but who'd made sandwiches and soup and a slightly lopsided but genuine Victoria sponge with the emphatic productivity of someone channeling something that needed channeling. Harry ate. He didn't eat too fast. He'd learned very young that eating too fast was noticeable in a way that invited commentary, and the habit had stuck even now, when there was nobody watching who would comment. He was just careful. He ate all of it. McGonagall sat across from him and drank tea and didn't talk too much, which he appreciated. She asked him once if the soup was all right. He said yes. She nodded. They sat in a comfortable quiet that felt, strangely, like the most natural thing that had happened to him all week. Amelia came in at some point. She sat down with a stack of parchment and a cup of tea and looked at Harry with the same direct attention she'd had on Privet Drive. "When you're ready," she said, "I'd like to ask you some questions. I should tell you first that nothing you say to me will get you in trouble and nothing you say will be used against you. These questions are entirely for your benefit." Harry looked at her. Decided. "I'm ready now," he said. Amelia asked her questions. Harry answered them. He was careful and accurate in the way he was always careful and accurate, specifics, no exaggeration, the plain facts of things, and as he answered he watched Amelia writing and watched her face and found there what he'd found in McGonagall's, the gap between what people said and what they meant was not there. She was doing something real. He didn't understand the shape of it yet but he understood the realness. She asked him, near the end, about the television sets. He frowned. What about them? She explained what had happened. What 47 Wizarding Homes had watched, the night before. What his accidental magic had done. Harry sat with this information for a long moment. I didn't mean to, he said. I know, Amelia said. Accidental magic rarely is. But it happened, and it's what brought us to your door this morning. So in a sense, she paused, choosing words carefully. In a sense, what your magic did last night is why you're sitting here now. Harry looked down at the table. He was quiet for a moment, something working through his expression that wasn't easy to name, not embarrassment, not shame, but something more complicated, the feeling of learning that the thing that had always gotten him in trouble had, just this once, gotten him out. Good, he said quietly. McGonagall, across the table, set her teacup down. She looked out the window at the afternoon sky. She said nothing. But her expression said everything. In his office at Hogwarts, Dumbledore was on his 4th letter of the morning when the door opened and Alastor Moody came in without knocking, which was the only way Moody entered rooms because knocking told people you were coming. Mad-eye, Dumbledore said. Don't, Moody said. He stood in the middle of the office. His magical eye was going in 3 directions simultaneously, which meant he was agitated. I watched it last night, Albus. All of it. Dumbledore set down his quill. I know. I fought in 2 wars for this country, Moody said. His voice was low and controlled in the way that low and controlled voices were when the control was mostly a decision. I watched Voldemort take people apart. I watched what he did to Frank and Alice. I have seen some things in my time that I would very much like to not see. And last night I watched a 10-year-old boy being put in a cupboard in the dark and I need you to explain to me the calculation. He stopped. I need you to explain to me the specific calculation you made that put a child in a bolt-locked cupboard for 10 years, because I have been sitting with it since midnight and I cannot make it come out to anything that resembles a decision a good man would make. The portraits on the walls were very still. Dumbledore looked at Moody for a long moment. When he spoke, his voice was quieter than usual, and stripped of the particular musicality he used when he was leading someone towards something. It was just his voice. I believed the blood wards were necessary, he said. I believed the protection they offered was worth the cost. I believed, he stopped. Started again. I believed I could hold both of those things at once without one of them canceling the other out. And? Moody said. And I was wrong, Dumbledore said. About whether both of those things could be held at once. About what the cost would compound to, over time, without anyone watching. He looked at his hands. About a great many things that I am going to spend some time being accountable for. Moody looked at him for a long moment. He's out, he said. Bones went and got him this morning. I know. He's safe. I know. Right. Moody turned toward the door. Stopped. Didn't turn around. You're going to have to testify. I know that too, Dumbledore said. Moody left. In the silence of the office, Fawkes made a sound, not the full song, not the bright cascading warmth of a full phoenix song, but something smaller. A single note, low and complicated, that didn't quite resolve. Dumbledore sat with it. At the Burrow, evening came in slow and golden, and the house wound down with its usual orchestra of small sounds. Molly was cooking something that involved garlic and fresh tomatoes and bread, and the smell of it moved through the whole house in a comfortable wave. Arthur was in the garden. The twins were doing something with a set of joke wands that kept transfiguring into unexpected vegetables, which was either their own project or a test of something they intended to sell eventually. Ron was sitting on the back step watching his dad and thinking about the boy on the television. He didn't say anything to anyone about it. He turned it over in his head in the way he did with things that didn't quite fit, the same way he turned over chess problems, looking for the logic. A wizard boy, his age, who'd been in a cupboard. Who'd set off magic so big it hit 47 televisions. Who was probably, right now, somewhere he'd never been before, around people he'd never met. Ron thought about what that was like. He had never been without family, had never known a meal that didn't have 6 other people talking over it or a house that wasn't in some degree of cheerful chaos. The idea of the cupboard, the specific smallness of it, the bolt, sat in his chest like a splinter he couldn't quite reach. His mum leaned out the back door. "Ron. Dinner." He got up. Went inside. Sat down at the table with his family, 6 of them loud and overlapping and passing things over each other's arms, and he thought, he's going to come here. Mum already decided. He thought, when he does, I'll make sure he knows the house. I'll show him everything. It wasn't a dramatic decision. It was very quiet. He made it somewhere between the bread basket passing his end of the table and his dad asking the twins to please stop arguing about whose turn it was for the last of the potatoes, and he made it the same way he made most decisions, not in a flash of inspiration but in the slow, certain settling of something that had been building for a while. He picked up his fork and ate his dinner, and across the country, in a ministry-safe house in London, Harry Potter ate his dinner too, and for the first time in as long as either of them could remember, both of them slept like they meant it. Chapter 3, Extraction. The formal questioning of Vernon and Petunia Dursley took place in the sitting room of No. 4 Privet Drive on Thursday afternoon, after Harry had been removed, and it was conducted by Kingsley Shacklebolt with the particular quality of patience that was indistinguishable from certainty. Kingsley had a gift for interviews. He was large and quiet, and he had a way of simply waiting after someone spoke, not prompting, not filling the silence, that made people talk past the point they'd intended to stop. It wasn't a technique he'd been taught, exactly. It was more that he understood silence as a kind of pressure, and pressure, applied with enough steadiness, moved things. Vernon Dursley was not built for silence. He'd started with bluster, rights, jurisdiction, the boy's oddness, the fundamental unreasonableness of being visited by 4 people on a Thursday morning without warning. He'd said several things about normalcy and what it required and the sacrifices his family had made. Kingsley had listened to all of it with his hands folded in his lap and his expression politely attentive, and when Vernon finished, Kingsley had said, very quietly, "When did Harry last eat a full meal?" The silence after that question was a different kind. Petunia, on the sofa beside her husband, had gone very still. She was a thin, angular woman whose face had a quality of practiced indifference, not the indifference of someone who didn't care but of someone who had spent years maintaining the appearance of not caring as a structural necessity, the way you maintained a wall you needed to keep standing. She kept her eyes on the carpet. "He eats regularly," Vernon said. Kingsley waited. "We feed him," Vernon said. Kingsley waited. "I don't see what business, Mr. Dursley," Kingsley said, with extraordinary gentleness. "I've been doing this job for 11 years. I am going to ask you some questions today, and I would encourage you strongly to answer them honestly, because the documentation we already have tells one story, and the only thing that makes the story you're in right now worse is if the account you give me contradicts that documentation." He paused. "So, when did Harry last eat a full meal?" The wall Petunia had been maintaining cracked slightly. It was barely visible, a tightening around the eyes, a slight compression of the mouth, but Kingsley saw it, because Kingsley always saw it. It was Vernon who answered. "Eventually." In a voice that had lost its forward velocity and was now going in a direction he clearly hadn't prepared for. Tonks stayed at the house while Kingsley conducted the interview, nominally to manage the documentation and actually to prevent Dudley Dursley from doing anything inconvenient. Dudley had come downstairs partway through the morning in the round, soft, pink-faced way of someone who expected the world to continue being organized around his convenience and had encountered a Thursday that was making other plans. He was sitting at the kitchen table now with a bowl of cereal that he'd served himself with the mechanical efficiency of a boy who'd been fully self-sufficient in the direction of eating since roughly age 3. He was 14 months older than Harry and approximately 4 times Harry's mass, and he was looking at Tonks with an expression that mixed wariness and entitlement in roughly equal parts. Tonks was leaning against the counter, reviewing parchment with the cheerful efficiency of someone who decided to find the situation interesting rather than tedious. "Are you actually from the government?" Dudley said. "Sort of," Tonks said. "Magical government. Different office." She turned a page. "You go to Smeltings, yeah? Your dad's old school." Dudley blinked. "How do you know that?" "I know lots of things." She glanced up. "Do you know what accidental magic is?" A pause. "Is that what Harry did?" "That's what Harry did. He does weird stuff sometimes," Dudley said, in the tone of someone reporting a fact rather than making a complaint. At least, that was the surface of it. Underneath the surface, Tonks, who had a particular sensitivity to underneath surfaces, it came with being a metamorphmagus, you spent so much time thinking about what was underneath your own surface, caught something more complicated. Not malice. Not quite guilt. Something in between that didn't have a clean name. "Did he ever do anything that scared you?" she said. Dudley's eyes went to the bowl. "Once or twice." "What did you do when it scared you?" He didn't answer. Tonks put her parchment down. She looked at Dudley Dursley, 10 years old, built like his father, with the specific soft uncertainty of a boy who had been given everything except the harder kind of thing children needed, with something that was not sympathy exactly but was not its absence either. "He's going to be all right," she said. "Your cousin. In case you wanted to know." Dudley's jaw moved. "We used to let him out for school." "I know," Tonks said. "Not that's not enough. Not that's the bare minimum. Just, I know." The acknowledgement carried its own weight. Dudley ate his cereal. Outside in the sitting room, the interview continued. Harry, in the ministry safe house, was discovering that the world was larger than he'd known. McGonagall had left for an hour mid-morning, ministry business, she said, she'd be back, and had returned with a book. It was a thin volume, green cover, slightly worn, an introduction to the wizarding world, for Muggle-raised students. She set it on the table in front of him without ceremony and went to refill her tea. He picked it up. Started reading. He read the way he always read, fast, the way you did when you taught yourself on a limited supply of material and had learned to extract maximum value from everything available. He read about Diagon Alley and Gringotts and the Hogwarts Express, about the structure of the school year and the subject list and the 4 houses. He read about the Ministry of Magic and Quidditch and the basic categories of spell work and paused at the section on wandless magic with the particular attention of someone who recognized something. Wandless magic, the book said, is most commonly observed in young witches and wizards before formal training begins. It tends to manifest during periods of strong emotional response and is not under conscious control. Extraordinarily powerful accidental magic events occasionally occur in children who are later found to be naturally exceptional practitioners, though the correlation is not reliable. He set the book down. He'd always known something was in him. He just hadn't had a name for it. He turned the word over in his head, magic, and found it fit with a naturalness that surprised him, the way you heard a word for the first time and realized you'd been thinking the thing it described your whole life without being able to say it. Magic. His. He picked the book back up and kept reading. When McGonagall came back in, she found him 40 pages further in with the focused absorption of someone who'd found exactly the kind of information they'd been unconsciously waiting for. She sat down. Didn't interrupt. Made more tea and slid a cup toward him. He looked up. "Can I keep this?" "It's yours," she said. He nodded. Looked at the cover for a moment. It says in here about Hogwarts letters. That they get sent to the address where you live. Yes. The address on mine was the cupboard. McGonagall's expression was entirely steady. Yes. The castle records it as it is. So it knew, he said. Not an accusation. Just a fact, turned over carefully. The castle knew where I lived and it wrote it down. Yes, McGonagall said. It did. He looked at her. Did you know? The steadiness of her expression held, but what was underneath it moved. He could see it. He was very good at seeing it. I knew something was wrong in 1981, she said. I said so. I should have pushed further than I did. She met his eyes. That is a failing I own completely. He looked at her for a moment. Something in his face considered this, the honesty of it, the directness, the way she didn't deflect it into the passive or the institutional. It was the most honest thing an adult had ever said to him about anything. All right, he said again. And meant it. Amelia Bones came back at 2 in the afternoon with Kingsley's documentation and a legal pad sheet filled with notes and the expression of a woman whose case was building the way a good case built, not by forcing facts into a shape but by letting the facts show you the shape they already had. She sat across from Harry with a cup of tea she didn't drink and her hands flat on the table. I want to tell you what's going to happen next, she said. Not what might happen. What is? He listened. She explained the Wisengamot hearing, the wizarding equivalent of a court, she said, except it handled law and governance both, and this particular hearing would be about his welfare and the question of his guardianship and the broader issue of what she carefully called systemic oversight failures. She explained that he would be present and that he would be asked if he wanted to speak, and that speaking was entirely his choice. Can I ask questions? He said. In the hearing? You can. Good. He looked at the legal pad. What systemic oversight failure? Amelia paused. It was not the question she'd been expecting, which was his gift, asking the direct thing when everyone else was moving around it. It means that multiple people and institutions failed to check on you when they should have, she said. And that the hearing will address not just what happened at your aunt and uncle's house but why no system existed to catch it. Harry was quiet for a moment. Dumbledore put me there. Yes. Will he be at the hearing? Yes. Harry nodded. Something in him settled, not in the way things settled when they gave up, but in the way they settled when they decided. I'll speak, he said. Petunia Dursley, in the sitting room at number 4, was not crying. She was doing something with her face and her hands that was working very hard at being not crying, which is a different thing and considerably more difficult. Kingsley had stopped asking questions. He'd gotten everything he needed and everything he didn't particularly want to have needed, and now he was sitting across from a woman whose composure was very deliberately reassembling itself, piece by piece, and he was waiting to see if there was something else she wanted to say. There was. She was, Petunia said. Her voice was careful. Lily was. You need to understand that. She was extraordinary. She always had been. Even before she knew, before we knew, what it was. She'd do things, small things, and they were, she stopped. Pressed her fingers together. I worshipped her when we were small. I did. And then she went off to that school and she came back different every time, more different, and I was just, she stopped. Still here. Normal. Kingsley didn't say anything. I wrote to the school, Petunia said. When I was 11. I wrote a letter. I asked if I could come. She kept her eyes on the carpet. They said no. Very kindly. Very thoroughly no. I see, Kingsley said. I don't say that as an excuse, she said, with the sharpness of someone correcting themselves before they could be corrected by someone else. I know it isn't one. I know I know what the boy, what Harry's life has been. I know. I have known and she stopped. I was afraid of him. I am afraid of everything he is. Because of what it reminds me of. Of your sister, Kingsley said. Of my sister, she said. Of what she was and what happened to her and of how I was glad, when she died. The words came out like they'd been held for a long time and had finally gotten out past the mechanism designed to stop them. Not glad she was dead. Not that. I could never, but glad the world she lived in had no more claim on mine. Glad that whatever was coming for people like her wasn't coming for me. She was very still. And then he came. And the world had a claim on mine again. And she stopped. You were afraid, Kingsley said. I was a coward, she said. It was very plain. She said it with no bid for sympathy, just the flat accuracy of self-knowledge arrived at too late to change anything it should have changed. Kingsley looked at her for a moment. He was not a man who offered comfort where comfort would be a form of absolution. But he was also not a man who believed in unnecessary cruelty. You'll be required to appear at the Wiesengemot hearing, he said. You and your husband both. The date hasn't been set but it will be within the next 2 weeks. He stood, collected his documents. Whatever happens at the hearing, Harry will not be returning to this house. Petunia's eyes went to the window. She looked out at the tidy front garden and the tidy street, the whole immaculate ordinary landscape she'd spent years maintaining. All right, she said. Quietly. It wasn't relief and it wasn't grief and it wasn't quite either of the things it might have been. It was something more complicated than Kingsley had time to fully name, and he filed it away in the part of his mind that dealt with things that deserved a longer look someday when things weren't urgent. Things were urgent. He left. At the safe house, mid-afternoon, Amelia made a fluke call. The fire turned green and she leaned into it and had a brief, efficient conversation with someone on the other side that Harry could hear from the kitchen without being able to make out specific words. McGonagall was still at the table with him, going through the school supply list and explaining what each item was, a standard book of spells, grade 1, she said, and he asked what the grade 1 indicated and she explained the progression, and he asked whether grade 1 was genuinely sufficient or whether he should start further along, and she looked at him over her spectacles and said, let's start with grade 1 and see where that gets us, with the tone of someone who already knew the answer. Amelia came back from the fire. Molly Weasley, she said, with the satisfaction of someone confirming something they'd already planned. She's expecting you this evening. I've spoken to Arthur as well. She looked at Harry. The Weasleys are a wizarding family with a son your age, Ronald. He'll be starting Hogwarts this September. They've offered, she paused, Molly has insisted, which is slightly different, that you stay with them until the hearing and through the rest of the summer. Harry looked at her. They don't know me. No, Amelia said. They watched the thing on the television, he said. Not a question. Understanding it as he said it. Yes. He was quiet for a moment. He was working something out. She could see him doing it, the same careful accurate assessment he applied to everything. Are they doing it because they feel sorry for me? Amelia looked at him steadily. I think Molly Weasley is doing it because she finds the situation unacceptable and she is not a woman who finds things unacceptable and then does nothing. She paused. Whether there's also some compassion in it, yes, probably. Is that a problem? He thought about it. No, he said, with the directness of someone who'd examined the thing and decided. I just wanted to know what I was walking into. McGonagall made a sound that might have been the beginning of a laugh. She converted it into a cough. They went to the burrow through the flue. Harry had never used the flue. McGonagall explained it in about 30 seconds, step in, say the name clearly, don't mumble, keep your elbows in, and he processed the information and stepped into the green flames with the focused calm of someone who decided the thing was happening and terror was not a useful addition to it. He said the burrow clearly, and the world lurched and spun in a cascade of green light and a sensation of extraordinary speed contained in a very small space, and then he was stepping out of a fireplace into a kitchen that hit him like a wall of warmth. The smell alone, garlic and tomatoes and fresh bread and something sweet on top of that, and underneath everything the particular warm smell of a house that had been thoroughly lived in by a lot of people for a long time. It was very different from Privet Drive. Privet Drive smelled of cleaning products and order. This smelled of living. He stepped out of the grate and brushed ash off his shoulders and looked up and found himself in the middle of a kitchen that appeared to be attempting to contain more activity than kitchens were designed for. There were pots doing things on the stove without visible human assistance. A clock on the wall with 9 hands. A stack of washing up in the sink, working through itself. 4 or 5 cats of various sizes occupying various horizontal surfaces in the specific arrangement of cats who had achieved territorial equilibrium through long negotiation. And Molly Weasley, who turned from the stove and looked at Harry with an expression that hit him somewhere behind the sternum with a force he wasn't prepared for. She was round and red-haired and her expression said things that she was clearly choosing not to say out loud because she was managing herself carefully, and she crossed the kitchen in 4 steps and paused. Right in front of him. Because he was 10 years old and she was a stranger and she did not hug strangers who hadn't consented to it. He saw her make the decision. He saw her notice him noticing. "Harry," she said. Her voice was warm and practical at once, the specific combination of a woman who felt things precisely and deeply and had long ago learned to put them to work. "I'm Molly. Welcome to the burrow." She looked at him for a moment. "Are you hungry?" He was. He'd eaten at the safe house but he was still in the mode of eating whenever offered, the instinct trained by years of uncertainty about when the next one was coming. "Yes," he said. "Good," she said, with a satisfaction that was entirely genuine. She turned back to the stove. "Sit anywhere. Ron's in the garden, I'll call him in." McGonagall came through the floor behind him. She looked at Molly and something passed between them, a look that carried a whole conversation in it. "Thank you, I know, it's fine, we'll talk," and then McGonagall patted Harry once on the shoulder, formally but not without warmth, and said she'd be in touch in the morning, and went back through the fire. Harry stood in the kitchen of the burrow and put his encyclopedia on the table, and one of the cats sniffed it immediately, and he sat down and looked around the room and felt, very carefully and without wanting to make too much of it, the unfamiliar quality of a space that appeared to have no hostility in it. The back door burst open and Ron Weasley came in. He was tall for his age, freckled, with the Weasley red hair in the particular style of someone who did not think about their hair and this had served them adequately so far. He stopped in the doorway when he saw Harry, and there was a beat of mutual assessment that had the honesty of 2 people who had not yet decided what they were to each other. "Hi," Ron said. "Hi," Harry said. Ron came inside. Sat down across from Harry with the unceremonious efficiency of someone who'd been sitting at this table his entire life. He looked at the encyclopedia. "What's that?" "Nature book," Harry said. "Migratory birds, mostly." Ron looked at him. Then at the book. Then back at him with an expression of genuine, uncomplicated curiosity. "Do you actually like migratory birds or was it just the only book?" Harry considered this. "Bit of both," he said. Ron nodded, like this was a satisfying answer. "I've got a Quidditch book if you want something else." "It's better." "What's Quidditch?" The expression on Ron's face at this question was one Harry would see many times in the years ahead, the particular stunned delight of someone presented with the opportunity to explain something they loved to someone who had never heard of it. "Right," Ron said, and sat forward, and started talking. Molly fed them both dinner and then fed the twins and then fed Percy, who came downstairs at 6 with parchment still in his hand and ate while reading whatever he was reading, which Molly bore with the patience of someone who had decided this particular battle was not the hill she died on. Arthur came home at 7:30 with ink on his fingers and a look on his face that told Molly everything had been as complicated as expected, and he washed his hands and sat down and Molly put a plate in front of him and he ate it in approximately 3 minutes while she sat across from him and they communicated entirely in expressions. Fred and George had been quiet at dinner in the same pointed way they'd been quiet at breakfast, and Harry had noticed it. He noticed everything, it was a survival trait, and when Molly sent them all upstairs at 8:30, Fred stopped in the kitchen doorway and looked at Harry. "Oi," he said. Harry looked at him. "You're in Ron's room tonight. There's a camp bed. The room's not big but he stopped. His ears went slightly red, which was interesting because the rest of him was entirely casual. "It locks from the inside," he said. "Just so you know." Harry looked at him. Fred Weasley at 13 was already someone who covered the important things in casual language and dared you to make something of it. "Thanks," Harry said. Fred went upstairs. Harry stood in the kitchen for a moment after everyone had gone, just the two cats and the still working washing up and the comfortable low sounds of the house going to sleep above him. He looked at the room. The table with its rings from 1,000 cups of tea. The clock with its 9 hands, all currently pointing to home. The smell of dinner still in the air. He went upstairs to Ron's room and found the camp bed made up properly, pillow, blanket, turned down at the corner, with the precision that suggested Molly, not Ron. He sat on the edge of it and put his encyclopedia on the floor beside him and looked at the room, Chudley Cannon's posters, a small chess set on the desk with a game clearly in progress, a cracked window with a piece of tape holding the corner, a wardrobe that didn't quite close. Ron was already in his bed, apparently asleep, in the way of someone who was not asleep but was giving Harry space. Harry lay down. Looked at the ceiling. The sounds of the house around him, creaking, Percy's murmur through the wall, something like a muffled bang from Fred and George's room that sounded like the conclusion of something. An owl somewhere outside. "Ron," he said quietly. A pause. "Yeah. Thanks for the Quidditch explanation." Another pause. "You were actually interested." "It's a sport played on broomsticks 100 feet off the ground," Harry said. "Of course I was interested." Ron turned over. In the dark Harry could just make out the shape of him propped on one elbow. "You're going to be good at it," he said, with the conviction of someone who was not yet sure why they thought this but was certain they were right. "I've never been on a broomstick," Harry said. "Doesn't matter," Ron said. "I can just tell." Harry didn't say anything. He thought about Quidditch, about the idea of 100 feet of open air beneath him, about the idea of being good at something in a place where being good at things was normal rather than suspicious. He thought about the hearing. About Dumbledore and the Dursleys and Amelia Bones's legal pad filling up with his name and the shape of his 10 years. He thought about 47 television screens, and what his own magic had decided on his behalf in the moment he'd been too tired and too hungry and too compressed to make any decisions himself. "Ron," he said. "Yeah. Does your mum really not mind me being here?" The pause was brief and carried a quality he was starting to identify as Ron thinking, the specific brief silence of someone checking what was true before saying it. "She's been sending owls since this morning about getting your room sorted," Ron said. "She went up to the attic for the extra bedding about 6 times. Harry was quiet for a moment. "Okay," he said. "Yeah," Ron said. They went to sleep. Downstairs, Arthur and Molly sat at the kitchen table with tea, and the house was quiet above them, and the clock on the wall had all 9 hands pointing to home for the first time in a long time, the 9th hand being one that had been dormant since they'd added it last week at Molly's insistence, a hand labeled in her handwriting with a name that was getting used for the first time. "The hearing," Arthur said. "I know," Molly said. "It's going to be ugly." "It should be," Molly said. "It should be the ugliest hearing this Wisengamot has seen in 30 years. Arthur looked at his tea. "Dumbledore." "Dumbledore," Molly agreed. "And then, he's a great man, Arthur." "I believe that. I have always believed that." She turned her cup slowly in her hands. "That's actually the bit that makes me angriest. That a great man looked at a child and decided what he was worth and he was wrong. Because if someone great could be that wrong, then the people who are less great had even less excuse," Arthur said. The kitchen was quiet. "He ate 3 helpings, Molly said. Arthur didn't ask who. 3 helpings, she said. And he ate it slowly, like he was making it last. Like he'd learned to make things last. She pressed her fingers against her mouth for a moment. Set her cup down. He's going to be all right. I'll make sure of it. Arthur reached across the table and put his hand over hers. Outside, the summer night was warm and full of cricket sounds, and the burrow stood against the dark sky in its cheerful improbable way, light in the windows, garden rambling beyond its own edges, the whole thing slightly more than it ought to be in all the best ways. In the morning, Amelia Bones filed the formal summons. Vernon and Petunia Dursley, summoned to appear before the Wisingamot in the matter of child welfare and magical guardianship. Albus Percival Wulfric Brian Dumbledore, summoned to provide testimony in the matter of the placement and oversight of Harry James Potter. The clerk who stamped the filing had worked in this office for 20 years and had stamped a great many summons in that time. He stamped this one and passed it along and then sat for a moment before picking up the next thing in the pile. He thought about the broadcast. He thought about the cupboard. He stamped the next thing in the pile and didn't think about it anymore, but it stayed with him the way certain things did, not loud, not dramatic, just present in the background of the day like a frequency he couldn't quite turn off. Above him, the magical ceiling of the Ministry of Magic was showing a blue summer sky. Perfectly clear. Not a cloud. The summons owls went out at 9. Chapter 4, What Magic Knows the burrow in the morning was a completely different animal from the burrow at night. At night it was warm and winding down, all those separate lives converging toward the common ground of dinner and sleep. In the morning it was something else, a contained explosion, a beautiful and total chaos that moved through the house like weather, everyone at cross purposes and somehow all arriving at breakfast simultaneously, the kitchen table not quite big enough and nobody caring, the noise overlapping and building and somehow not being unpleasant. Harry woke to it at 6:30. He'd been awake since 5, old habit, but he'd stayed in the camp bed and listened to the house come alive around him, the pipes, the floors, the low murmur of Molly moving in the kitchen below. Ron had slept until the noise got loud enough to reach him, which turned out to be 6:15, when Fred shouted something at George through the wall and Ron sat up and looked at Harry and said, "Morning," with the specific resignation of someone who had been woken by this same mechanism for his entire life. They came downstairs into the full blast of it. The twins were arguing about something that had clearly started upstairs and was continuing at the kitchen table with the momentum of an argument that both parties were enjoying more than they were trying to win. Percy was already at the table reading, apparently impervious. Ginny came down last, saw Harry, stopped on the third-to-last step, and stared at him with very large eyes. "That's Ginny," Ron said. "She's 9. She'll be weird about you for a bit." "Ron," Molly said, without turning from the stove. "I'm not being mean, I'm managing expectations." "Good morning, Ginny," Harry said. Ginny went scarlet from her collarbone to her hairline and sat down at the far end of the table with the posture of someone who had decided to be invisible and was not achieving it. Molly put a plate in front of Harry. Eggs and toast and sausages and a small bowl of fruit, and a glass of orange juice that appeared before he'd asked for it, courtesy of a slightly overeager serving charm that Molly was clearly running in the background without much attention. He looked at the plate and then at Molly, who was already at the stove for the next one. He ate all of it. The twins, across the table, ate their breakfast with the focused efficiency of people who needed fuel for a day that had already been planned in detail. Fred, partway through, slid a piece of toast toward Harry without commentary. Harry took it without commentary. George watched this exchange with the expression of someone filing something under useful information. Arthur came through the kitchen in a Muggle business suit that was about 15 years out of date and entirely the wrong shade of brown, carrying a briefcase and his traveling cloak and looking like someone who just remembered 4 things he needed to do and was doing them in the wrong order. "Morning, morning, morning," he said, kissing Molly and nabbing a piece of toast in a single continuous movement. He looked at Harry. His expression did the thing where it tried to be normal and was, genuinely, quite close. "Sleep all right?" "Yes, thank you," Harry said. "Good, good." Arthur took a bite of toast. Looked at his briefcase. Looked at Molly. "I'll be late this evening." "The hearing prep is, I know," Molly said. "Go." He went, pausing only to nearly collide with the door frame and correct himself without visible embarrassment, which suggested this was not a new event. Harry watched him go and felt the strange sensation of watching a family operate in real time, all the shorthand and automatic consideration of it, the way everyone moved in this kitchen with the easy fluency of long practice and nobody once moved in a way that accounted for someone else being in the wrong place. He was in the wrong place. He was sitting in a chair that wasn't his, at a table that wasn't his, in the middle of a grammar of living that he hadn't learned. But nobody seemed to mind, and the longer he sat here the less wrong it felt, and he ate his breakfast and listened to Fred and George's argument and watched Ginny try to be invisible and felt, with increasing clarity, that this was what houses were supposed to feel like. After breakfast, Ron took him outside. The garden of the burrow was the garden equivalent of the house, theoretically contained, practically anything but. There was a vegetable patch, and a lawn that merged at its edges into something more like meadow, and a large tree with a swing that looked like it had survived at least 3 generations, and beyond that a chicken coop and a pond and, at the far end near a hedge, a somewhat battered set of what Harry identified from Ron's description as Quidditch goalposts, lower than actual ones and sunk crookedly into the ground. "Dad put them in when Bill was little," Ron said. "They lean a bit." "They lean quite a lot," Harry said. "The ball goes through fine." Harry looked at the posts. Looked at the sky above them, blue and clear, the kind of July morning that felt like it was making a promise. He thought about Quidditch. He thought about broomsticks. He thought about 100 feet of open air. "Is there a broomstick?" he said. Ron looked at him. "You want to fly? You said I'd be good at it." "I said I could tell you'd be good at it, I didn't say you should get on a broom 2 days after leaving." Ron stopped. "Actually yes, come on." They went to the shed. The shed contained a great many things that had been placed in it over a long period of time by people with varying intentions and no consistent organizational philosophy. There were garden tools, legitimate and otherwise. There was a box of Muggle objects in various states of disassembly that was clearly Arthur's. There were several objects Harry couldn't identify, one of which appeared to move slightly when he looked at it directly and stopped when he looked away. And there were, hanging on hooks along one wall, 4 broomsticks in varying states of repair. "The good one's Charlie's and he took it," Ron said, examining the options with the critical eye of someone who'd assessed these regularly. "The one with the twig problem is mine, technically, but I don't use it much because the twig problem makes it list." He took down a broomstick that was old and clearly well used but looked structurally sound. "This one's Dad's old one. It's reliable." He handed it to Harry. Harry took it. He'd never touched a broomstick before. He'd expected it to feel like a stick, because it was a stick, wood and twigs and a single smooth shaft, but it didn't feel like just that. There was something in it, a potential energy, a readiness. He held it horizontally in both hands and looked at it and felt his magic, the warm hum under his skin that he was only just starting to recognize as his own, respond to it with a slight brightening that he could feel but not see. "Okay," he said. "Have you ever?" "No," Harry said. "Tell me what to do." Ron explained, "Put it on the ground, hold your hand over it, say up. Let it come to your hand. Don't grab for it. Mount it, kick off, lean the way you want to go. Don't look down for the first bit." Harry put the broom on the grass. He held his hand over it. "Up," he said. The broom was in his hand before he'd finished saying the word. Ron blinked. Harry looked at the broom, then at Ron. "Is it usually that fast?" Harry said. "No," Ron said. He was staring. "Mine takes about 6 goes. Fred's takes about 3. I have never seen a broom jump like that." Harry looked at it. He said. He mounted it the way Ron had described. Kicked off. The ground left him. He'd thought about this, how it would feel, and his thoughts had been inadequate, because he'd been thinking of it as a physical experience and it wasn't. Or it wasn't only. The moment the ground let go of him there was something else, something that started in his chest and moved outward through everything, and the word for it wasn't excitement, wasn't joy, wasn't freedom, though it was all three. It was more fundamental than any of those. It was rightness. The sensation of a thing clicking into place. He went straight up, 30 feet, and stopped, and sat on the broom in the blue July sky and looked at the world below him, the burrow craning in its impossible angles, the garden and the orchard and the pond, the hills rolling away in every direction in the particular rumpled green of Somerset in summer, and felt like himself in a way he had not felt like himself before, because he had not previously known what himself felt like. Harry. Ron's voice from below, face tipped up, shielding his eyes. Harry, are you all right? Yes, Harry called down. His voice came out differently than usual. Larger. He tilted the broom and went sideways, testing it, and then banked and turned and climbed again, and the broom responded to him with the easy precision of something that had been waiting for its correct rider. He could feel it, the responsiveness, like the broom knew what he wanted before he'd finished wanting it. He flew for 20 minutes. When he came down, Ron was sitting on the fence with his arms crossed and an expression that was trying very hard to be something other than pure undisguised envy and was not quite getting there. That's not fair, Ron said. You've never flown before. I know, Harry said. You were doing tricks up there. I wasn't trying to, Harry said. I was just, he looked at the broom. Seeing what it could do. It went sideways, Ron said. You made it go sideways and then backwards. I wanted to know if it could. Ron looked at him for a long moment with the expression of someone revising an estimate. You're going to be the best flyer in our year, he said. Possibly in the school. Harry handed the broom back, which took a moment because his hands were reluctant to let go. I've only done it once. Doesn't matter, Ron said. Some people have it. You've got it. He hopped off the fence. Come on, I'll teach you about Quidditch positions. They walked back toward the house and Ron talked about Quidditch with the fluency and warmth of someone discussing a personal religion, and Harry listened and asked questions that were sharp and specific in the way of someone who'd already identified the interesting structural problems in the thing they were hearing about, and Ron answered with increasing enthusiasm, and somewhere in the middle of an explanation of the keeper's role, Harry laughed at something Ron said. Ron stopped talking and looked at him, slightly surprised. Sorry, Harry said. No, it was just, Ron grinned. That's the first time you've done that. Harry thought about it. Yeah, he said. And then, aware of how that sounded and not knowing what to do about it, it was funny. I know it was, Ron said, with dignity. The twins found them in the garden after lunch. They arrived together, which they almost always did, like a phenomenon rather than two people. They'd been up to something all morning, Harry had heard the muffled results of it at intervals, and they had the satisfied energy of people in the completion phase of a project. Fred sat down next to Harry in the grass. George sat on the other side of Ron. So, Fred said. Harry looked at him. We've been thinking, George said. Dangerous, Ron said. When you did the thing, Fred said, ignoring Ron completely, the television thing. Did you feel it happen? Harry considered the question properly. I felt something go out, he said. I didn't know what it was. I was half asleep. But you felt it. Yes. Fred and George exchanged the look they used when they were calibrating something. Can you do it again? Intentionally? Fred, Ron said. Not the television thing specifically, George said. Any of it. Can you do magic on purpose yet? Harry had thought about this. He'd thought about it that morning with the broom, the way the broom had responded. He'd thought about it with the reading, the way the book had stayed open exactly where he'd left it when he set it down, staying open not by physics but by something else. Small things. Unintentional. The magic doing what he needed without being asked. Sort of, he said. I don't think I control it exactly. It does what I need. Fred stared at him. It does what you need. Or want. I'm not completely sure which. How long has it been doing that? George said. Always, I think. It got louder recently. He paused. Or I got better at hearing it. Fred leaned back on his hands. Right, he said. Here's what I think. I think what you've got is a fundamentally different relationship to your magic than most people have. Most people, he glanced at George. Have magic as a thing separate from them, George continued. You learn to use it. Wand, spell, technique. You push it through a specific shape. And it sounds like yours, Fred said, doesn't need pushing. It's more like, you and it are the same thing, George finished. Harry looked between them. You know a lot about it. We've done some reading, Fred said. Fred has done reading, George said. I did the eating and the thinking while Fred did the reading. More productive division of labor, Fred said. Ron was looking at his brothers with an expression of genuine surprise. You read about magic theory? Don't tell anyone, George said. It'll ruin our reputation. Harry was still thinking about what Fred had said. You and it are the same thing. He turned it over. I never thought about it like that, he said. I just knew it was there. I thought everyone with magic was the same. Some people are closer to it, Fred said. Power's one thing. Being connected is different. Power's like having a big engine. Being connected is like being the engine. Harry sat with this. It didn't feel presumptuous when Fred said it because Fred said it the same way he said everything, with the cheerful confidence of someone reporting a fact rather than issuing a compliment. It was information. Harry processed it as information. Can I test something? He said. Yes, both twins said simultaneously. He looked at the fence post 3 feet away from him. He thought about what he wanted, not spells, he didn't know any spells yet, but intent, which was what had always worked, and he felt the warm thing in him shift and direct itself, and the fence post quietly levitated 6 inches off the ground. Held. Steady. No vibration, no struggle, none of the strain he'd read about in the introduction book when it described accidental magic. He set it back down. Right, Fred said, very quietly. Yeah, George agreed. Ron looked at the fence post. Looked at Harry. McGonagall is going to lose her mind, he said. In a good way, George said. I wasn't sure there was a bad way for McGonagall, Ron said. Harry looked at the fence post. He hadn't been trying particularly hard. He'd been trying at the level of wanting a thing, not the level of effortful concentration, and the magic had done it the way you lifted your own hand, without thinking about the mechanics of lifting. He wondered, briefly, what would happen if he actually tried. He didn't try it. Not today. There was a sense in him, some instinct about pacing, about not running through everything at once. He'd been compressed for 10 years and he was starting to understand that decompressing too fast had its own risks, different from the risks of the cupboard but real in their own way. He'd fly again tomorrow. He'd test the magic in small ways. He'd figure out what he was. He had time, now. That evening, after dinner, Molly found Harry in the sitting room with the introduction book and the Hogwarts supply list, cross-referencing them with the focused attention of someone building a plan. She stood in the doorway for a moment. He hadn't heard her come in. She watched him and felt the thing she'd been feeling since he arrived, the particular combination of fierce and tender that she was more accustomed to applying to her own children and which she was discovering, as a force, had excellent range. He was so small. Not in a fragile way, not anymore. She'd seen him with Ron and with the twins, she'd watched him laugh at dinner and listen to Fred and George's theory about Quidditch bludger trajectories with genuine analytical interest, and he was not fragile. But he was 10 years old and he was slight, and when he sat in that chair with his book he sat with the particular economy of someone who'd learned to take up exactly the right amount of space. Not less than was comfortable. Not more than was offered. She knocked on the doorframe to announce herself. He looked up. "Can I sit?" she said. "It's your house," he said. "Yes," she said, "but I asked anyway." She sat in the armchair across from him. Looked at the supply list in his hand. "Do you want to talk through it?" "I was trying to figure out which books I'll use the most," he said. "The introduction book says first year is mostly foundational theory and practical basics. So most of them, I think. Though I don't know yet how the classes are structured." "How much of the introduction book have you read?" Molly said. He held it up. He was 3/4 of the way through. He'd been in the house for less than 24 hours. "Right," she said. She smiled, and it was the specific smile of someone recognizing something familiar. Percy read his supply list before his letter had been opened for 10 minutes. She paused. "You'll be fine at Hogwarts, Harry." He looked at her. He did the thing she'd noticed he did, reading the gap between what was said and what was meant. "You don't know that," he said. Not rudely. Just factually. "I have extremely reliable instincts," she said. He considered this. "How many kids have you sent to Hogwarts?" "This September will be 5. Bill, Charlie, Percy, then Fred and George, and now Ron. And you, if you'd like to count yourself." "I haven't been to Hogwarts yet." "No," she said. "But I'm counting you." She said it with the flat, warm certainty of someone filing something official. No bid for reaction. Just a fact she was adding to the record. Harry looked at the supply list. Something in his expression moved and settled. "Molly," he said. He'd started using her name that afternoon, carefully, like he was confirming it was allowed. "Why did you say yes to me coming here?" She looked at him directly. "Because you needed somewhere to be. There are other places." "Yes," she said. "But this is the one I could offer." She paused. "And because Ron is going to need a friend like you. I don't know if you'll be friends, that's up to both of you, but you'll be in the same year at Hogwarts and he's going to be," she stopped, "he's going to be one of the good ones, Ron, but he's going to spend a lot of time thinking he's ordinary, and I think you might be the sort of person who can show him he isn't." Harry looked at her with the specific surprise of someone who had just had a conversation happen on a level they hadn't expected. "You're not doing it for me," he said. "Not only." "No," she said. "Not only." "Is that all right?" He thought about it. He was very honest in his thinking, she'd noticed. He didn't hurry to a comfortable answer. "Yes," he said. "That's easier, actually." "Good," she said. She stood up. "Coco?" "Yes," he said. "Thank you." She went to the kitchen and he heard her moving around in there, familiar and purposeful, and he looked down at the supply list and read it with the feeling of someone reading a map of somewhere they'd already decided they were going. 3 days passed. They had a particular texture to them, those 3 days, different from anything Harry had experienced before. They were not eventful in the dramatic sense, no ministry visits, no owls from Amelia Bones, though one arrived from McGonagall with a short note that said she'd confirmed his Hogwarts place and that shopping could happen, when convenient. They were full in the way that ordinary days were full when ordinary days were actually good. He flew every morning. He got better each time in ways that weren't about skill, exactly, the skill was already there, it turned out, but about confidence, about the relationship between himself and the air, about the discovery that you could be entirely comfortable in a place that had no ground. Ron played him in chess 3 times. Harry lost all 3, which Ron found satisfying and Harry found interesting. He could see the logic of it, the long game structure, but his instinct was to solve the immediate problem and Ron played 3 moves ahead in a way that Harry hadn't yet learned to account for. He'd lost the 3rd game more slowly than the first, which seemed like progress. The twins had begun conducting what they called informal assessments of his magic, which mostly consisted of them putting things in inconvenient places and watching him move them, or suggesting something and watching to see if his magic had already done it before he consciously decided. They kept notes. Harry found the assessment process interesting enough that he cooperated fully, and what they found was consistent with what Fred had said in the garden. His magic was fundamentally ambient, responsive to intent at a preconscious level, like a field rather than a tool. "It's extraordinary," Fred said, on the third evening, reviewing his notes at the kitchen table. "Don't say that to him," George said. "Why not?" "Because he'll think you mean it as a compliment and start being weird about it." "I won't," Harry said. He was across the table reading a different book. Ron had lent him a Quidditch history that was actually excellent. "It's just information." "It's more than information," Fred said. "Harry, most trained adult wizards can't do what you were doing yesterday." "I know," Harry said. He turned a page. "I'm not going to hide it." George looked at him. "Most people in your position would be nervous about standing out." Harry looked up. His expression was entirely direct. "Most people in my position," he said, "spent 10 years being told they were wrong to exist. I'm done making myself smaller because it's more convenient for other people." He went back to his book. Fred and George looked at each other. "Right," George said. "Yes," Fred agreed. The owl came on the fourth morning. Harry was in the garden eating an apple and watching two gnomes have what appeared to be a territorial dispute near the potato bed. The owl, Ministry Red, official, dropped a letter in his lap with the efficiency of something on a schedule and departed before he could respond. He opened it. It was from Amelia Bones. The hearing was set for Wednesday next week. He was required to appear. He should bring nothing, she would arrange representation if he wanted it, or he could speak for himself, which she said was entirely his right and which she noted, in dry professional language, that she suspected he was entirely capable of. At the bottom, a handwritten note: "I have also received, as of this morning, 23 letters from Wizarding community members offering Harry Potter accommodation, financial support, or formal advocacy. You should know that the interest in your welfare extends considerably beyond this office." A.B. He read this twice. 23 letters. From people who had watched a television screen and decided to do something about what they saw. He turned this over in his mind the way he'd turned over the address on his Hogwarts letter. People he'd never met. People who had seen him and responded not with the usual indifference but with something active. He thought about Molly in the sitting room saying, "I'm counting you." He thought about McGonagall at the cupboard door and Amelia Bones's legal pad and Kingsley waiting for Vernon to tell the truth about when Harry had last eaten. He folded the letter and put it in the pocket of the jeans Ron had lent him. They were slightly too long but considerably better fitting than what Harry had arrived in, and watched the gnomes resolve their dispute and felt something in his chest that wasn't quite an emotion but was the space where an emotion might grow, if he let it. He let it. That afternoon, he was in the garden alone when it happened. Ron had gone inside for something. The twins were somewhere beyond the hedge doing something that produced occasional sounds of moderate concern. The garden was quiet and warm and there were bees in the flowers along the fence. He sat cross-legged in the grass and put his hands on his knees and felt his magic. He'd never done this deliberately before. He'd always known it was there but he'd treated it the way you treated a weather system, something that happened, something you read and adapted to, not something you went toward. He went toward it now. Just attention. Just listening, the way you listen to a room to figure out what was in it. It was enormous. That was the first thing he registered, with a clarity that he hadn't expected. Not in a frightening way. In the way that the sky was enormous, not threatening, just genuinely, factually large. He'd known there was something in him. He hadn't understood the scale of it. He sat with this for a moment without reacting, because his instinct was always to understand a thing before responding to it. He focused. The magic, his magic, felt like being next to a fire on a cold day. He'd never been warm enough for long enough to know how warmth spread into you, but he was learning it here, and the magic felt like that. Present, generous, not demanding anything of him. He thought, show me what I can do. Not an instruction to anything external. Not a spell. Just an internal question, quiet and honest. His magic answered. He felt it move through him like a wave, not dramatic, not violent, just a slow, thorough movement that started somewhere at his core and radiated outward, and as it moved it took stock, the way you might take stock of a room you were in for the first time, noting exits, dimensions, possibilities. He felt the broom in the shed respond to his awareness of it. He felt the wards on the burrow, loose and warm and old, nothing like the sharp-structured wards of an official building. These were family wards, layer upon layer of protective intention laid down over decades. He felt the magic in the house, everyone in it a distinct texture, Molly busy and warm, like bread baking, Fred bright and quick, George the same but with a different harmonic, Percy precise and slightly anxious, Ron open, honest, not fully aware yet of the depth of his own capability. He felt himself the way you saw yourself in an unexpected mirror. Just, there. Present. Large. He sat with it. When Ron came back out with 2 cups of juice, Harry was sitting in the grass with his eyes closed and his expression calm. You all right? Ron said. Yes, Harry said. He opened his eyes. Took the juice. Thank you. Ron sat down beside him. Looked at his expression. What were you doing? Getting to know myself, Harry said. Ron looked at him for a second. That sounds extremely strange. It is, a bit, Harry agreed. But useful. Ron accepted this. He drank his juice. They sat in the garden and the bees moved through the flowers, and somewhere beyond the hedge one of the twins said something with the tone of scientific discovery and the other one said something with the tone of cautious agreement, and the afternoon moved around them in its warm and easy way. That night Molly came to tuck in Ginny, who had, by the end of the 4th day, progressed from being unable to be in the same room as Harry to being able to say 2 full sentences to him, which Molly considered strong progress, and found Harry in the hallway outside Ron's room. He was standing by the window at the end of the corridor, looking out at the garden below. The moon was up, 3/4 full, and the garden was silver-gray and still, the Quidditch posts casting long shadows across the lawn. Harry, she said quietly. He turned. Sorry. I couldn't sleep. She looked at him. He wasn't distressed, he was thinking, she'd learned to tell the difference. He had a specific quality when he was thinking, a stillness that was active rather than passive. The hearing, she said. He nodded. She went and stood beside him at the window. They looked at the garden together for a moment. I'm not afraid of it, he said. I want to be clear about that. I'm not afraid of any of them. I know, she said. I just want to do it right, he said. I want to say the things that matter and not make it about me specifically. Because I think, he stopped. Started again. I think there are probably other kids. Other kids who needed someone to check and nobody checked. And I think if I can make that point clearly enough, then the hearing is about more than just me. Molly looked at him. 10 years old. Standing in a borrowed pair of jeans at a window in the moonlight, thinking about other children he'd never met. She thought about what she'd said to Arthur that first night. He ought to meet Ron anyway. She'd been right. She hadn't known quite how right. You'll make it clearly, she said. When the time comes, you'll say exactly what needs saying. She put her hand on his shoulder briefly, gently. Try to sleep. He nodded. Molly. She stopped. Thank you, he said. For the 3 helpings. She looked at him for a moment, this small sharp serious boy in the moonlight who had said thank you for the 3 helpings like it was a thing of weight and significance because, she understood, to him it was. There'll be 3 more tomorrow, she said. She went to tuck in Ginny. Harry stood at the window for another few minutes. The garden was silver and still. The Quidditch posts threw their long shadows. Somewhere in the distance an owl called once and went quiet, and the night settled around the burrow in the comfortable way of a place that knew what it was. He went back to bed. He slept. Chapter 5, The Weight of Words. The Wizengamot chamber was underground. Harry hadn't known that until they walked into it. He'd imagined something high-ceilinged and full of light, the kind of room that announced its own importance. This was the opposite. You descended to it, down a long corridor that went further underground than the Ministry's main levels, the walls becoming older as you went, the stone rougher, the light shifting from the clean enchanted glow of the upper floors to something warmer and older, torches and brackets doing actual work. The air was different down here. Heavier, not unpleasantly so, but weighted with the sense of things having been decided in this space for a very long time. The chamber itself was circular. Tiered stone benches curved around 3/4 of the room, rising steeply, and on them sat the Wizengamot in their plum-colored robes, 50-odd witches and wizards in various states of attention, some talking quietly to neighbors, some reading documents, some simply watching the room fill up with the assessing patience of people accustomed to long proceedings. The remaining quarter was a flat floor with a table, several chairs, and a raised bench at its far end where Amelia Bones sat with 2 senior colleagues and a stack of documentation that she was reviewing with the focused efficiency of someone who had already reviewed it many times and was doing so again because thoroughness was a character trait rather than a strategy. Harry walked in between McGonagall and Arthur Weasley. Molly had wanted to come. She had expressed this want with the particular force of a woman who had the right to it and knew it, and it was Arthur, quietly, who had explained that the hearing would go better if Harry walked in with people the Wizengamot already knew and respected, rather than surrounded by the entire Weasley family, which would read as faction rather than support. Molly had accepted this with visible displeasure. She'd fed Harry an enormous breakfast and told him to look at every single one of them when he spoke and not to let anyone rush him, and she'd stood at the door of the burrow and watched them go with her arms crossed and the expression of someone sending people into battle. He thought about that expression now as he walked into the chamber. He'd dressed carefully. Not flashily, he didn't have anything flash, and it wouldn't have been right anyway. Ron's cleanest jumper, his own jeans, which Molly had taken from him the night before and returned pressed. He'd looked in the mirror that morning and thought, this is what I am, this is what I have, and there's nothing wrong with either. He walked in and the noise in the chamber didn't stop but it changed quality, the way the sound of a room changes when someone walks in that people have been waiting for. He didn't look at the benches. He kept his eyes forward, on Amelia Bones's table, and walked at an even pace, and he could feel the weight of every gaze in the room sitting on him and he let it sit there because it had no purchase. People looking at him was not new. People looking at him like he was interesting rather than troublesome was newer and he was adapting to it. He sat down. McGonagall sat to his left. Arthur to his right. Amelia Bones looked up from her documents and found Harry's eyes, and gave him a brief nod that conveyed the same things it had conveyed every time she'd communicated with him, "You're here, this is real, it will proceed correctly." He nodded back. The Dursleys were brought in through a side door. Vernon was wearing a suit that looked like he'd slept in it, which he probably had, because the 2 Aurors who'd collected him from Surrey this morning had done so at 6 a.m. and Vernon Dursley was not a man who adapted quickly to early mornings. His color was bad, the specific grey-pink of someone whose blood pressure had been having an interesting week. He sat where he was directed and put his hands on the table in front of him and kept his eyes forward with the determination of someone who had decided not to look at anything that might make the situation feel more real. Petunia sat beside him. She was dressed neatly, of course. Petunia Dursley would be dressed neatly at the end of the world, it was armor and she wore it as such. But her face had the hollowed quality of someone who'd been having the same conversation with themselves for 6 days without reaching a resolution. Harry looked at them. Not for long. Not with the furious attention of someone seeking confrontation. He just looked, briefly, the way you looked at a thing you were done being afraid of to confirm that it was true. Then he looked away. The Wizengamot opened with a formality that took 20 minutes and involved the reading of several procedural statements that Amelia clearly found marginally tedious but bore with professional patience. Griselda Marchbanks, in the third tier of benches, bore it less patiently and audibly said, "Yes, yes, get on with it," at one point, which produced a scattered ripple of suppressed amusement. Then Amelia stood. "This hearing concerns three matters," she said, and her voice in this space had an authority that filled the chamber cleanly: no effort, no performance. The welfare and previous guardianship of Harry James Potter. The decision-making process that placed Mr. Potter with his Muggle relatives in November 1981. And the question of whether current institutional structures are adequate to prevent similar failures occurring to other wizarding children in Muggle placements. She paused. "We will address them in that order. Mr. Potter will speak first." A murmur through the benches. Some of them had expected the adults to go first, the procedural instinct to hear from authorities before hearing from the subject. Amelia had reversed it deliberately, and Harry, who'd been briefed on this choice, understood the logic: let him speak before the room had been shaped by everyone else's framing. He stood up. He'd thought about what to say. Not scripted, he didn't want a script was something you said instead of something you meant. But structured. He'd thought about what mattered and what order it mattered in. The chamber was very quiet. He looked at the benches. All of them, the way Molly had said. He found Marchbanks in the third tier, small and ancient and watching him with bright dark eyes. He found several faces he didn't know. He found Dumbledore near the top tier, separate from the formal Wisengamot seating, in a chair that had been added for the hearing. He was here as a witness, not a member. He was in silver robes and his beard was neat and he looked exactly the way Dumbledore always looked, which was like someone who'd been painted several centuries ago for a particular kind of seriousness and had never stopped inhabiting the pose. His eyes found Harry's when Harry looked at him. Harry held his gaze for a moment. Then moved on. "My name is Harry Potter," he said. His voice was steady. "I'm 10 years old. I've been living at number 4 Privet Drive since I was 15 months old." He paused. "I want to start by saying that I'm not here because I want anyone to feel bad about what happened to me. I'm here because I think you need accurate information so you can make accurate decisions, and I'm the only person in this room who can give you the most accurate information about my own life." A pause. Nobody moved. "I lived in a cupboard under the stairs until 6 days ago," he said. "I slept in it and kept my things in it and it was bolted from the outside. I went to a Muggle school and wore my cousin's old clothes and didn't eat enough and was told regularly that I was strange and unwanted." He kept his voice plain. "I knew there was something different about me. When I was very frightened or very angry, things happened. Objects moved. Things appeared and disappeared. I didn't know what it was and I wasn't allowed to ask because it made my uncle angry. I have since learned that it was magic, which is apparently something I have quite a lot of." A few sounds from the benches. He didn't pause for them. "I want to be very clear about something," he said. "I am not standing here asking you to be angry at the Dursleys so that you can feel better about having left me there. Because the Dursleys are," he stopped. Found the right word. "Ordinary. They are ordinary people who were given an extraordinary responsibility with no support, no oversight, no contact from anyone in this room or anyone connected to this world for 10 years. They did a bad job. They did a bad job in ways that were cruel and specific and I will not pretend otherwise. But they were never checked on. Nobody called round. Nobody sent so much as a letter asking if things were all right." He looked at the benches. "That is a failure of this world. Of the people and institutions in it. Not only of the Dursleys." The chamber was completely still. "I also want to say," he looked at Dumbledore. Direct. Unblinking. "That I understand why decisions were made. I've read enough in the last week to understand blood wards and protective magic and the choices that get made in wars. I understand the logic. I am 10 years old and I understand the logic." He paused. "I also know that logic is not the same as right, and I think the people who made those decisions knew that too, and they made them anyway, and that's the thing I'd like this hearing to actually address. Not whether the decisions were understandable. Whether they were acceptable. And whether we have a system that makes sure no other child is left in a situation like mine because someone's logic said the greater good required it. He sat down. The silence lasted about 4 seconds, which felt like considerably longer. Then Griselda Marchbanks said, from the third tier, clearly and without preamble, this child should have been the one running the Waisengamot years ago. Which was not parliamentary and was definitely out of order and produced the loudest sound the chamber had made yet, which was 3/4 laughter and 1/4 complicated emotion. Amelia Bones did not smile, precisely, but something near her eyes did. The Dursleys were called next. Vernon was sworn in with the standard magical oath, a quill that would produce red smoke if the speaker knowingly lied, which Kingsley had warned Vernon about this morning in the car with a specificity that had evidently left an impression. Vernon sat and answered Amelia's questions with the diminished energy of a man who had been rehearsing bluster for 6 days and had arrived to find the room didn't have space for it. The questions were clean and chronological. Amelia moved through them without drama, building the record the way a mason built a wall, one piece, then the next, no gap, no mortar showing. When was Harry given his own room? Never. When did he begin sleeping in the cupboard? From arrival. What were the arrangements for meals during school holidays? Variable. Amelia did not say variable was inadequate. She just moved to the next question and let the architecture make the point. Vernon answered. He was not dishonest, the oath was watching, and also Kingsley was in the room, and also, Harry suspected, some part of Vernon Dursley had known for 6 days that the performance was over. The answers were not complete, there were things that required Amelia to ask the same question a different way, but they were not lies. At one point, midway through the questioning, Vernon looked at Harry. Harry was watching him. Not with malice, not with triumph. Just watching. Vernon held his gaze for a moment and then looked back at Amelia's table, and his shoulders dropped a fraction, and he answered the next question slightly more completely than he'd answered the ones before it. Petunia was different. She answered Amelia's questions in a voice that was controlled and small and careful, and when she reached the question about the bolt on the cupboard door she stopped speaking for a moment and looked at the table in front of her. It was my husband's idea, she said. Initially. Amelia waited. I didn't argue against it, Petunia said. I should have. She kept her eyes on the table. I should have done many things differently and I didn't, and I understand what that means. She paused. I also want to, she stopped. Started again. I want the chamber to know that the boy, that Harry, was never in physical danger in the sense of serious harm. That is the only, she stopped again, because it was clearly not the redemptive statement she'd been reaching for, and she knew it wasn't, and the knowing was on her face. Thank you, Mrs. Dursley, Amelia said. Not unkind. Not warm. Exactly what was needed. The chamber broke for 30 minutes at midday. Harry sat in a small antechamber with McGonagall and Arthur and a cup of tea and a plate of sandwiches that had appeared on the table when they sat down, which he appreciated. McGonagall said nothing for the first few minutes, which was her specific way of communicating that she was very pleased with him without saying so because saying so would make it about praise rather than the thing itself. Arthur said, "You were exceptional in there," and then looked at his own sandwich as though he hadn't said it. I meant what I said, Harry said. About the system. Not just me. I know, Arthur said. That's what made it exceptional. Harry ate his sandwich. He was hungry, the enormous breakfast felt like a long time ago. He thought about Molly at the door with her arms crossed. He thought about coming back to the Burrow tonight and she would have made dinner and everyone would be at the table and she'd ask him how it went and she would have already been told by Arthur but she'd ask anyway because she'd want to hear it from him. He finished the sandwich and had another. Dumbledore is next, McGonagall said. I know, Harry said. Are you all right with that? He thought about it honestly. Yes, he said. I meant what I said about understanding the logic. I'm not angry at him specifically. I'm more, he searched for the word. Sad, I think. That someone so capable made a choice like that and didn't see it clearly until it was on a television screen. McGonagall looked at him over her spectacles. What? He said. Nothing, she said. Drink your tea. Albus Dumbledore took the chair. He wore no particular expression coming into it, which was its own kind of expression. He was accustomed to rooms that oriented themselves around him, and this one did, to some degree. You could feel the shift in attention when he sat down, the particular quality of a room watching someone it had complicated feelings about. He set his hands in his lap and waited for Amelia to begin. She began. She was thorough and she was merciless in the specific way of someone who had nothing personal in it, no grudge, no performance, just the clean application of accountability to fact. She walked Dumbledore through November 1981. The decision to place Harry with the Dursleys. The Blood Wards. The letter left on the doorstep. She read the letter aloud in full, and when she reached the line that said I am sure you will understand why it has been decided that this is best, the chamber was very quiet in a way that had a specific temperature to it. You were aware, Amelia said, that the address on the Hogwarts letter system identified the boy's primary residence as, and I quote, the cupboard under the stairs. I became aware of it, Dumbledore said. When? A pause that was half a second long and cost him considerably more than half a second's worth of credibility. I was made aware in the letter system several years after his placement. When the Hogwarts rolls were first updated to include his name. And you chose not to investigate this. I made a decision that the Blood Wards required his residence with Petunia Dursley and that disrupting the arrangement, I asked, Amelia said, with extraordinary precision, whether you chose not to investigate. Not the reasoning behind the choice. Dumbledore looked at her. She looked at him. Yes, he said. I chose not to investigate. Thank you. She moved on. She was not finished. She had 18 more questions and she asked all of them, and Dumbledore answered all of them, and what built over the course of that answering was not a portrait of a villain. Harry had said exactly the right thing that morning, and it was true, and the chamber could feel that it was true, but a portrait of a great man's great failure, which was worse in some ways and better in others. At one point, a wizard in the upper tiers, someone Harry didn't know, older, in robes that suggested old money, said, "You did what you thought was right." "I did what I thought was necessary," Dumbledore said. "They are not the same thing." He said it quietly and without apparent design, but it was the right thing to say and it carried weight, and several people in the chamber wrote it down. Harry was watching. He'd been watching the whole time. He was watching now with the full focused attention he brought to things that mattered, and what he saw in Dumbledore was a man in the process of something real, not performing accountability, but doing the actual thing, which was slower and less clean and harder to watch. He didn't forgive him. Not today. He might, eventually, he had the capacity for it, he was fairly sure, though he hadn't fully tested it. But today was not about forgiveness. Today was about making sure the record was accurate, and the record was becoming very accurate. The afternoon session turned to the systemic question, Amelia's third point, the one that Harry had spoken to that morning and that several members of the Wisengamot had been clearly thinking about since. She presented a summary of current policy on Muggle-raised wizarding children. There was almost none. Hogwarts letters went out. Squibs were occasionally monitored by the Accidental Magic Reversal Squad, though this was under-resourced. Children in full Muggle placements, adopted, fostered, raised by non-magical relatives, had no formal check-in mechanism, no welfare oversight, no dedicated liaison between the Ministry and Muggle Child Services. There are, she said, 47 children currently on the Hogwarts rolls who are being raised in full Muggle households with no wizarding contact. 47 children, of which Harry Potter has been the first to come to our attention. She looked at the benches. I want the chamber to sit with that number for a moment. The chamber sat with it. The proposal currently on my desk, she continued, is for a Muggle liaison welfare division within the DMLE. Small, dedicated, with authority to conduct annual welfare checks on all wizarding children in full Muggle placements. With a formal communication line to the Hogwarts headmaster's office and to the accidental magic response teams. She paused. This is not a complex proposal. It does not require new law. It requires allocation of 4 positions and the political will to say that leaving a child unmonitored for 10 years was not an acceptable outcome and will not be allowed to occur again. Marchbanks said, from the 3rd tier, all in favor of the formation of the Welfare Division. Which was procedurally irregular because they hadn't taken the debate stage and technically the floor still belonged to Amelia, but nobody objected, because Marchbanks was 140 years old and had examined the OWLs of 4 generations of this room's occupants and was not going to be told she was out of order by any of them. The vote was 41-9. Amelia made a note on her legal pad. The formal judgment on the Dursleys was delivered at 3 in the afternoon. They would not face criminal charges under wizarding law, jurisdiction was complicated, the offenses were Muggle-world offenses, and Amelia had been clear in her preliminary documentation that she did not want the Wizengamot overreaching into Muggle justice. She had, separately, provided a detailed report to Surrey Social Services, who were an entirely Muggle institution who were now having an interesting Thursday involving documents they couldn't fully explain. What the Wizengamot could and did rule on was the question of wizarding guardianship. Vernon and Petunia Dursley were formally removed as Harry's magical guardians. Custody was awarded, pending a full hearing of options, to a temporary guardianship arrangement with the Ministry, with day-to-day care to remain with the Weasley family by mutual agreement. Arthur, when this was announced, made a sound like he'd been about to say something and had changed his mind. Harry looked at the front of the chamber and felt something in him complete a circuit. Not triumph, he'd known for days this was coming. Something quieter than triumph. Something more like accuracy. Like the world rearranging itself into a shape that matched the truth of things. The formal question of longer-term guardianship would be addressed at a second hearing in 3 months. Options available included an appropriate wizarding family or, Amelia noted without inflection, a formal application from the current day-to-day carers. Arthur looked at his hands. His ears had gone to Weasley red. They were leaving the chamber, the session had closed, the chamber was emptying in the shuffling purposeful way of institutions concluding business, when Dumbledore was beside Harry. He hadn't engineered it. It happened the way things happen in a crowd, 2 people in the same stream of movement finding themselves adjacent. McGonagall was 3 steps ahead, talking to Marchbanks. Arthur was behind, gathering his things. Harry and Dumbledore walked together for 6 steps. Harry, Dumbledore said. His voice was different from the chamber voice, smaller, more genuinely his own. What you said this morning. About the system rather than the individual. I meant it, Harry said. I know you did. Dumbledore paused. He was looking ahead, not at Harry. I'd like to offer you a piece of information that you may find useful or may find entirely unwelcome. You can tell me which and I'll abide by your preference. Harry looked at him. All right. What? Your mother, Dumbledore said, argued against the Blood Ward arrangement. It was discussed, the options available, and she argued for alternatives. She wanted you with a wizarding family. She was overruled. He paused. Not by me alone. There were other considerations, other people involved. But she argued. I thought you should know that. Harry was quiet for several steps. Why are you telling me now? Because you deserve the full picture, Dumbledore said. And because she would have wanted you to know. He paused again. She was extraordinary, your mother. In ways that I suspect you are already beginning to recognize in yourself, if you've been introduced to any of it. Harry thought about this. Turned it over. Thank you for telling me, he said. Dumbledore nodded. They walked the remaining distance to the corridor in silence, and at the junction Dumbledore went left toward the upper floors and Harry went right toward where McGonagall and Arthur were waiting, and they didn't say anything more to each other, and it was not a resolution of anything, and it was not an easy piece, and it was exactly the right amount of what it was. The burrow hit Harry with the force of a wall when he came through the flue at 5:30. The smell of cooking. The clock with all 9 hands at home. Molly already turning from the stove, and behind her at the table Fred and George and Ron and Ginny, who was no longer trying to be invisible and had apparently decided that the way to address her previous shyness was to sit at the table with a book open and look up casually, as though she'd always been entirely comfortable. "Well?" Molly said. "Welfare Division," Arthur said, coming through behind Harry. "Past 41 to 9. Formal guardianship to ministry with day-to-day here. Second hearing in 3 months." He paused. "They mentioned the current day-to-day carers could apply." Molly looked at him for a very long moment. "Right," she said. And turned back to the stove. Arthur sat down at the table and Ron said, "Harry, what was it like?" And Fred said, "Was Dumbledore there?" And George said, "Did anyone say anything good?" And Ginny looked up from her book and said to the table, not quite looking at Harry, "Marchbanks was brilliant apparently. She told me once I have good magical instincts," and then went red at having said this many words in Harry's vicinity and went back to her book. Harry sat down. He sat in the middle of the noise and the dinner smells and the 6 different conversations and the clock with 9 hands, and he felt the warmth of it, the specific warmth of a house full of people who were glad he was there, and he let himself feel it completely, which was new and took some practice. "Marchbanks said I should have been running the Wisengamot years ago," he said. The table turned to look at him. "She was probably joking," he added. "She absolutely wasn't," Fred said. Ron was looking at him with the expression he'd had the first morning, when Harry had said, "Show me what I can do with the broom," and the broom had been in his hand before the words finished. The expression of someone revising a number upward and finding that it didn't stop. "What did you say?" Ron said. "In there." "What did you actually say?" Harry thought about it. "Mostly that the problem was bigger than me," he said. Ron was quiet for a moment. And they listened. 41 to 9, Arthur said, from behind his cup of tea. Ron nodded. He had the expression of someone confirming something they'd suspected, which was a slightly different expression from the first morning's revision. This was a settling. The confirmation of a thing already becoming real. "Okay," Ron said. Molly put a plate in front of Harry that had, by any objective measure, 3 helpings on it. He looked at it. Looked at her back, already at the stove. Looked at the table full of people. He picked up his fork. Later, after dinner, Harry sat on the back step in the last of the evening light with Ron beside him and the garden going blue and soft around them. The Quidditch posts threw their long shadows again, pointed east in the late sun. "Are you all right?" Ron said. "Yes," Harry said. He thought about it a moment more. "I think I've been all right for a few days. I just didn't know if today would change it." "Did it?" Harry looked at the garden. At the posts. At the bees, done for the evening, the flowers nodding slightly in a breeze that smelled like cut grass and distant rain. "No," he said. It made it more solid. But it was already there. He paused. "I think I was all right the minute I got out of the cupboard." Ron leaned back on his hands. "You know you're going to be famous in about 10 different ways by September," he said. "Boy Who Lived plus the broadcast plus today plus however powerful you actually are, which based on the fence post and everything is going to be." "I know," Harry said. "Are you bothered by it?" Harry thought about it honestly. "No," he said. "Other people's opinions of me have never been particularly accurate anyway. Might as well be inaccurate in a direction I prefer." Ron made the sound that meant he was trying not to laugh and losing. "That's the most, I know," Harry said. The garden was quiet. The evening light was gold on the tops of the trees. "Ron," Harry said. "Yeah." "The application. For guardianship. Your mum." Ron didn't say anything for a moment. "She was on the floor to the ministry about it before Dad finished his second sentence," he said. Dad didn't know. He came in, said the bit about the current day-to-day carers could apply, and Mum just went. He gestured toward the kitchen. Did you see her face? Yes. That's what she looks like when something's already decided, Ron said. She makes that face and then she gets on with doing the thing. He paused. I mean, if that's all right with you. It's your life. Harry looked at the Quidditch posts. At the garden he'd been flying over for 5 days. At the back door that smelled of dinner through its cracks. Yeah, he said. It is. The evening settled around them, warm and sure, and somewhere inside the house Molly was washing up with the wireless on low, and the clock's 9 hands all pointed home, and Harry sat on the back step of the burrow with the solid summer ground under him and the wide sky above and felt, with the same clarity he'd felt on the broom on the first morning, that this was where he was supposed to be. Chapter 6, Diagon Alley. The letter from Gringotts arrived on a Tuesday. It came by a very large eagle owl that landed on the kitchen windowsill with the attitude of a bird accustomed to being let in immediately and willing to wait for the humans to catch up. Harry was at the table with Ron working through a charms primer McGonagall had sent, Foundational Charms Theory, 3rd edition, which Harry had read twice already and which Ron was working through with the grim determination of someone who wanted to be prepared and was finding preparation more tedious than the actual thing, when the owl arrived. The letter was sealed with a wax crest he didn't recognize. Thick cream parchment with a slightly metallic sheen to it, his name on the front in script that looked like it had been written with a very fine instrument by someone who did not make mistakes. Mr. H. J. Potter, The Burrow, Ottery St. Catchpole. He broke the seal. Read it. Read it again. Ron, who had given up pretending not to watch, said, What? Harry set the letter on the table and looked at it with the careful expression he used when he was deciding what something meant before reacting to it. Gringotts wants a meeting, he said. They say it concerns my family vault and several matters of account that require my direct attention. He paused. They say several matters. Plural. Ron leaned over and read the letter. His eyebrows went up. That's the senior account manager's seal, he said. That's, Harry, Gringotts only sends those to people with significant accounts. Senior account manager is like, that's who my dad would need 3 appointments to see. Harry looked at the letter. I have a vault, he said. Your parents were, Ron stopped. Your mum was Muggle-born, right, so probably not on her side. But your dad was a Potter. He said it with the specific emphasis of someone saying a name that had weight. The Potters have been a wizarding family for centuries. Like, actual centuries. Harry sat with this for a moment. The information fell into him the way information did, not with drama, but with the particular click of something slotting into a larger picture. He'd known his parents had died. He'd known his father was a wizard. He hadn't thought past that, or rather had been conditioned not to think past that, because at Privet Drive curiosity about his parents had been a guaranteed route to unpleasantness. He picked up the letter. I'll need to go to Diagon Alley anyway, he said. For school supplies. He looked at Ron. Come with me. Obviously, Ron said. He paused. Mum'll come. You can't stop Mum from coming. I'm not trying to stop Mum from coming, Harry said. They went on Thursday. Molly had been preparing for Thursday since Tuesday with the focused energy of someone who considered logistics a creative pursuit. She'd made a list, revised it twice, confirmed with Arthur that they had adequate travel funds, and had a conversation with the Gringotts owl before it left, a short, polite, but extremely firm conversation that established that yes, Harry Potter would be attending the requested meeting, and no, it would not be happening without appropriate adult accompaniment, and yes, she was entirely aware that Gringotts had its own views on the matter but she was offering them hers in the interest of clarity. The owl had regarded her with what might have been respect. Ron, Fred, and George came. Fred and George had a list of their own, supplies for a project they were not describing in specific terms, which Molly accepted with the weariness of long experience, and Ron came because he went everywhere Harry went now, in the easy unself-conscious way of someone who decided on a friendship with his whole chest and saw no reason to be subtle about it. They went by Fleur to the Leaky Cauldron. Harry stepped out into the pub and the first thing he noticed was that it was louder than it should have been for 10:30 on a Thursday morning. Not raucous, it was a particular kind of loud, the loud of people who were all doing the same thing at slightly different volumes, which was looking at the doorway from the flue. At him. He'd expected some recognition, Ron had warned him, Molly had prepared him, the last 2 weeks had given him a reasonable working model of what it meant to be Harry Potter in the wizarding world. What he hadn't fully expected was the texture of it. Because it wasn't just the boy who lived recognition he'd been braced for. It was layered. He could see it in the way they looked. The first layer was the scar, the lightning bolt that everyone knew, but underneath that was something more recent, the recognition of someone they'd watched on their television screens. Someone they felt they knew in a different way, not as a legend but as a fact. A woman near the bar said, "Oh, it's him," in a voice that was trying to be a murmur and wasn't quite. Harry looked at the room. He didn't look away or find something else to study. He looked at them the way he'd looked at the Wisengamot, not with defiance but with the simple steadiness of someone who had decided this was fine and meant it. Tom the barman was already coming around from behind the counter, wiping his hands on his apron. He was old and bald with a remarkable number of ears for a face that size, and he looked at Harry with an expression of genuine warmth that had nothing performed about it. "Mr. Potter," he said. "Welcome." "Thank you," Harry said. "Breakfast?" "On the house." "We've eaten," Molly said, appearing through the flue with the momentum of a woman who had not come here for standing about. "Thank you, Tom. We're just passing through." Tom stepped back. Someone at a table near the fireplace, a young witch with red-painted nails, clearly part of the early morning Diagon Alley crowd, leaned toward her companion and said something. Her companion looked at Harry and said something back, and they both nodded in the specific way of people confirming a theory. He passed through the pub and into the back courtyard, and Molly tapped the bricks in the right sequence, and the wall opened. Diagon Alley in summer had a particular quality to it that Harry had no previous framework for and therefore experienced freshly and completely. It was enormous. That was the first thing, not in physical length, which was considerable, but in vertical volume, the buildings rising crookedly on either side of the cobbled street in a way that shouldn't have worked architecturally and didn't particularly care, turrets and overhangs and signs swinging at every height, and above all of it the open London sky and the warm July light. It smelled of things he couldn't name yet, potion ingredients from somewhere, warm parchment, pastry, the particular mineral scent of places where magic was done regularly and had saturated the surfaces. He stood at the entrance and looked down the length of it and felt his magic do the thing it did when he was somewhere new and full of input, a kind of brightening, an interest that was physical before it was intellectual. "First time," said a voice beside him. He looked. A girl his age, bushy dark hair, bright brown eyes, front teeth slightly prominent, a quality of energy about her that suggested she was running at a different operational speed than most people, was looking at him with the direct attentiveness of someone who collected information as a primary life activity. "Yes," Harry said. "Mine too," she said. "Well, I've been once before with my parents to get sorted out, but that was 2 weeks ago and I was so overwhelmed I didn't take it all in properly. I'm Hermione Granger. Muggle-born," she added, with the specific precision of someone who'd identified this as important context. "Starting Hogwarts in September." "Harry Potter," Harry said. Hermione Granger looked at him. Her eyes did the layered thing, the scar, then the recognition, then something more internal, a rapid and visible process of deciding how to handle new information. She was, he noticed, not flustered by it. She was interested. "I know who you are," she said. "My parents and I watched the broadcast. We haven't got a wizarding television obviously, it was on a regular one, and we didn't understand most of it but it was, my parents were very upset." She paused. "Are you all right now?" "Yes," he said. "Getting better at it." "Good," she said, in the way of someone filing something as settled. "I'm sorry it happened to you." Thank you, he said. I've read quite a lot about the wizarding world, she said, and the gear shift was entirely natural. She was not done with the previous subject, she was simply also already on the next one. I've been working through the Hogwarts reading list. Have you done much of it? Most of it, Harry said. The Charms Primer twice. History of Magic I found a bit dry, but the early chapters were good. Defense Against the Dark Arts, the first-year text is pretty basic, but there's a section on Jinx mechanics that's interesting. Hermione stared at him with an expression that was not often found on people meeting Harry Potter, pure, undisguised intellectual delight. The Jinx mechanics section. Yes. I had questions about the interaction between intent and verbal components. Do you think the incantation actually shapes the magic, or is it more of a focus mechanism? Harry said. Like the wand. I think the magic knows what it's doing. The words are just directions. Hermione made a sound that was not quite a word. Her eyes were very bright. I've been thinking exactly that, but I didn't have evidence for it. Do you have evidence for it? I've been doing wandless magic since I was a child, Harry said. Unintentional. The magic did the right thing without any verbal component. That's extraordinary, Hermione said. People keep saying that, Harry said. Ron appeared at his shoulder. He looked at Hermione. Looked at Harry. Looked at the energy of the conversation he'd walked into. Ron Weasley, he said, to Hermione, with the friendly straightforwardness that was his entire social style. Hermione Granger, she said. Are you starting Hogwarts too? Yeah. Harry's staying with us. He said this with the comfortable ownership of someone for whom this was already settled fact. Molly arrived, assessed the situation in one glance, and said, "Lovely to meet you, dear. We're heading to Gringotts first. Do your parents need anything?" Hermione's parents were nearby, a pleasant-looking couple in muggle clothes, slightly wide-eyed, clearly navigating Diagon Alley with the alert energy of people in a genuinely foreign country. Molly organized them into the group with the efficiency of someone for whom absorbing additional people into logistics was simply Tuesday, and they went down the alley together. Gringotts was white marble and goblin eyes and the echo of a large stone space designed to make humans feel small, which Harry noted and found moderately interesting rather than intimidating. The goblins behind the counters had the focused, proprietary energy of people doing the only work that mattered in the only place that mattered, and regarded the humans in their lobby with the professional tolerance of those who understood that the humans had the gold and therefore the goblins required the humans, even if this requirement was not something they were obligated to enjoy. Harry approached the nearest counter. The goblin looked up. Its expression went through several things in approximately 1 second. "Mr. Potter," it said. "You received our letter." "Yes," Harry said. "You wanted to meet. Sharptooth will see you," the goblin said. "Senior account manager." It said this in the specific way that communicated that this was not a routine thing and Harry should understand that it was not a routine thing. "Follow Griphook." A second goblin appeared and led Harry, Molly, and Ron. The Grangers waited in the lobby with Fred and George, who had already identified the general direction of the supply counters with the homing instinct of people who knew what they wanted, through a door behind the main banking floor and down a corridor that felt substantially older than the lobby, into a room that was large, low-ceilinged, and entirely lined with filing systems of a sort that human filing systems had never achieved. Sharptooth was behind the desk. Senior account managers at Gringotts looked different from the counter goblins, not in species but in the specific quality of their attention, which was sharper and longer ranged. Sharptooth was older than the other goblins Harry had seen, with the particular quality of age in a creature whose age meant something different from human age. Its eyes were amber and it was looking at Harry with an assessment that was thorough, professional, and entirely without awe. "Mr. Potter," it said. "Please sit." Harry sat. Molly sat beside him. Ron sat beside her. Sharptooth looked at Molly and Ron with the specific expression of a goblin whose communication was primarily with the account holder and who was noting the others without being required to address them. Then it looked at Harry. You are not aware, it said, without preamble, of the full extent of your family holdings. No, Harry said. I wasn't aware of any of it until this week. Sharptooth made a sound that might have been displeasure or might have been the goblin equivalent of clearing its throat. The Potter Vault, Vault 712, contains assets accumulated over 4 generations of the Potter family. Gold, property deeds, investment holdings, magical artifacts, and several sealed documents. It set a folder on the desk between them. This is the summary. There is also, a pause, a secondary matter. What matter? Harry said. Sharptooth looked at him. Your mother, Lily Potter née Evans, established a vault in your name at the time of her death. Vault 687. This is separate from the Potter family holdings and was created by your mother's specific instruction. It became accessible to you on your 10th birthday. Harry was very still. My mother set up a vault for me. Before her death, yes. Sharptooth opened a second folder. The vault contains gold. It also contains a sealed letter, deposited with Gringotts in October 1981, to be opened by you personally and only by you personally. No proxy access has ever been granted or requested. The room was quiet. Molly, to Harry's left, had the particular stillness of someone sitting with something they weren't going to say in the wrong moment. I'd like to see the vault, Harry said. The cart ride was, objectively, remarkable. Harry sat in the front with the goblin driver and felt the wind and the dark and the vertiginous drops and the sudden sharp turns with something that was essentially pure pleasure, the same central feeling as flying with the additional element of speed. Ron, behind him, was making sounds of involuntary entertainment. Molly was gripping the sides. Vault 687 was smaller than he'd expected. It was also, when the door opened, not primarily full of gold. The gold was there, a fair amount of it, more than he could have imagined owning, the coins piled in the specific haphazard way of things deposited over time rather than arranged. But in the center, on a small stone plinth that was itself a statement of importance, was an envelope. Cream. His name on the front. The handwriting was nothing like the Gringotts script. It was human, slightly rushed, as though written quickly by someone for whom time was short. He looked at the envelope for a moment. Then he picked it up. I'll read it privately, he said. Not a request. Molly and Ron went back to the corridor without comment. He opened the envelope. The letter was 2 pages. He read it standing, in the dim light of the vault, with the sounds of the underground railway distant below him. He read it once and then he read it again. He came out of the vault with the letter folded in his inside pocket, which he'd borrowed from Ron's jacket specifically for this purpose and was returning immediately because it was Ron's jacket and Ron would want it back. Molly looked at him. She did the thing she'd done before, reading the gap between what was present and what was said, but she didn't push into it. She waited. She knew, Harry said. He kept his voice steady because it was the right thing and also because the alternative was something he didn't want to do in a Gringotts corridor. She knew Voldemort was coming. She wrote it a week before it happened. She knew. He paused. She explained the blood wards. She disagreed with them but she understood them and she explained them. She said, he stopped. She said she hoped I'd find my way to the world she loved. That she was sorry she couldn't show it to me herself. He looked at the envelope in his hands. She said I had her eyes. Ron said nothing. He just put his hand briefly on Harry's shoulder, briefly enough that it wasn't pressure, and then let go. Molly breathed in very slowly and out very slowly and said nothing at all, which was the exactly right thing. They went to Vault 712. The Potter Vault was something else entirely. Harry stood in the entrance and looked at it for a moment, the gold, certainly, the considerable gold, but also the other things, the artifacts and trunks and shelves of things whose purpose he didn't yet know. Property deeds. A case of books that looked old enough to be irreplaceable. Several sealed boxes with his father's family crest on them. He felt his magic respond to the room with a warmth that he was starting to identify as recognition. Not nostalgia, he'd never been here. But something ancestral, something that was in him because it was in the blood that had made him, responding to a space that had been shaped by that same blood over generations. "Sharp tooth," he said. "The property deeds. The goblin produced them." Harry looked through them with the focused efficiency of someone who reads quickly and retains what matters. There were 3. A townhouse in London he didn't know. A cottage in Godric's Hollow that he paused on that one. "Is the cottage still standing?" he said. "It is," Sharptooth said. "It has been maintained by the Magical Heritage Trust as a protected site since 1981. As the heir, you can request access at any time, or choose to have the protection lifted and take possession." Harry set the deed aside carefully. Not today. Not yet. He took what he needed from the vault, school funds, which took approximately 2 minutes because the amounts were obvious and the decision was simple, and he looked at the rest of the room and said to Sharptooth, "I'll need an appointment to go through the rest of this properly. When I'm older and better equipped to understand it." Sharptooth regarded him with amber eyes. "We suggest midsummer of your 2nd year," it said. "By which point you will have sufficient magical education to assess the artifacts properly." "Agreed," Harry said. They shook hands. Goblin fashion, which Sharptooth indicated was by gripping the forearm. Harry gripped the forearm without hesitation. Sharptooth's eyes did something that might have been approval. They found the Grangers and the twins at a cafe that had set out tables on the alley cobblestones, Fred and George with parchment that they folded away with suspicious speed when Molly arrived. Hermione was talking to her mother and making a list. Hermione looked up when Harry sat down across from her. She read his expression with the same directness she brought to everything. "Are you all right?" "Yes," he said. He paused. "I found a letter from my mother." Hermione's face did something that was quick and genuine. "Oh," she said. Then, carefully, "Was it good?" "Yes," he said. "And meant it?" She nodded, accepting this, and didn't push further. He appreciated that. They got coffee, or, for Harry and Hermione and Ron, warm butterscotch drinks from a small cart that appeared to exist entirely for the purpose of being exactly what you wanted, and Fred told him was called a butterbeer approximation and was completely non-alcoholic but was, in Fred's view, evidence that the wizarding world was occasionally doing something right. Then they went shopping. The first shop was Madame Malkin's, for robes. Harry had never been measured for clothing before. The experience of standing on a stool while a measuring tape moved around him of its own accord, taking dimensions, while Madame Malkin, a short, square woman with pins in her hair who moved with the brisk confidence of someone who had been doing exactly this for 30 years, held fabric samples up to the light, was surreal in a way that felt entirely good. He got school robes. He got a good winter cloak. He got, because Molly was present and Molly had opinions about clothing and adequate coverage, a set of regular wizarding clothes that fit him properly. Properly fitting clothes turned out to be a revelation. Not because they were grand, they were simple, good fabric, well made, but because they fit where clothes were supposed to fit and didn't hang or gap, and he stood in front of Madame Malkin's mirror in a dark green jumper and dark trousers and looked like himself in a way that the Garden Twine and oversized t-shirt version had never achieved. Hermione, getting her own robes measured in the next stall, said, "Green suits you." "Thank you," Harry said. "It's the eyes," she said, with the efficiency of someone reporting an observation. Then she went back to talking to Madame Malkin about hem lengths. Ron, sitting on a bench eating a mince pie he'd acquired from somewhere, said nothing but had the expression of someone who found their life currently extremely amusing. They moved through the alley. Flourish and blots for books, where Harry moved through the shelves with the efficiency of someone who'd already read half of what they needed and knew what they were missing. He got everything on the list. He also got 3 books that weren't on the list, 2 of which were advanced magical theory texts that the shop assistant double-checked were for him and not a gift for an older student, and one of which was a volume on the history of Wizarding Britain that he'd found in the back of the magical history section and which had a chapter on the Potters that he would read tonight, privately, when the house was quiet. Hermione, shopping beside him with her own basket, picked up the same advanced charms theory text at the same time he did. They both looked at it. "You first," Harry said. "No, you," she stopped. "There are probably more than one." There were two. They each took one with the mutual satisfaction of a problem efficiently resolved. Potasia's Cauldron Shop, where Molly negotiated the standard pewter cauldron for both Harry and Ron with the comfortable authority of a woman who had bought many cauldrons and was not going to be sold the premium version when the standard was adequate. Harry looked at a set of silver cauldrons on the upper shelf and his magic did something interested, and he noted this and kept the information. Wiseacres for scales and a telescope. The apothecary, which smelled so extraordinary, complex and sharp and deep, like the whole of chemistry compressed into a room, that Harry stood in the doorway for a moment just taking it in. Hermione was beside him and made a sound of pure interest. "What is that smell?" she said. "All of it," Harry said. "I want to know what all of it is," she said. "Me too," he said. They went in. The wand shop was last. Ollivander's was narrow and dim and had the quality of a place that understood its own significance without needing to announce it. The bell above the door made a sound that went on slightly longer than a bell should, as though the shop was paying attention. The shelves of long thin boxes rose to a ceiling that was higher than the outside of the building should have allowed, and the whole place had the particular stillness of a space full of potential energy. Garrick Ollivander himself appeared from between the shelves in the specific way of old men in small shops, apparently from nowhere, without having made a sound. He was pale and wide-eyed and gave the impression of someone who had been waiting for you specifically, which Harry found both slightly unnerving and entirely honest, because Ollivander probably did remember everyone who came through this door. "Harry Potter," he said. "I wondered when." "I've had a busy few weeks," Harry said. Ollivander looked at him with those pale eyes for a moment, and then his expression did something that was not quite a smile but was in that direction. "Indeed." He came around the counter. "Your mother, Lily Evans. 10¼ inches, willow, excellent for charms work. And your father, James. 11 inches, mahogany, pliable. Both excellent wands. Both did great things." He paused. "And you?" He looked at Harry's right hand. "May I?" Harry extended his hand. Ollivander took his wan hand at the wrist with light, dry fingers and looked at it, at the palm, the fingers, the slight particular quality of someone who dealt in magic for a living, seeing the ambient field of it around him. Ollivander's eyes went slightly wider. He said nothing about what he saw. He went to the shelves. He came back with the first box. Harry held the wand. Nothing. Second box. Nothing. Third wand, Harry picked it up and felt something, but not the right something, and set it down. On the fourth try, Ollivander brought back a box that he held slightly differently from the others, more carefully, with a specific quality of attention. He opened it. 11 inches. Holly. Phoenix feather core. Harry picked it up. The warmth came through his palm immediately, familiar and not familiar because it was magic, which was always familiar, not because this particular magic had been waiting for him specifically. He felt the wand's magic and his own magic meet, and he felt them recognize each other, not with the drama of something finding its other half but with the simple certainty of two things that were compatible in the way that makes work possible. Red and gold sparks came from the tip and rose to the ceiling, and in the dust of the old shelves they hung for a moment before fading. Ollivander was looking at him with an expression that was complicated and specific. "Curious," he said. "The phoenix whose feather is at the core of this wand gave only one other feather." "One other." Harry looked at the wand. "I've heard about this," he said. "The wand that, yes," Ollivander said. "I wonder what it means that you two found each other, given everything." He said it more to himself than to Harry, the murmur of a man thinking aloud in his own professional language. Harry turned the wand in his hand. He thought about what Fred had said in the garden, "You and it are the same thing." He thought about what his magic had felt like when he'd sat in the burrow garden and asked it to show him what he could do. "I know what it means," he said. "Not aggressive. Not dramatic. Just clear. It means I'm the one who finishes it." Ollivander looked at him. "You're very confident for an 11-year-old. "I'm confident for anyone," Harry said. He took out the coins for the wand, 7 galleons, which turned out to be the same for everyone, regardless of the wand, and set them on the counter. "Thank you, Mr. Ollivander." "Don't lose it," Ollivander said. His eyes were still doing the complicated thing. "And Mr. Potter," Harry paused. "Be careful with what you are," Ollivander said. Not ominously. Carefully. With the specific care of an expert speaking to someone who might not yet fully understand the thing they were walking around with. "I'm not planning to be careful about it," Harry said. "I'm planning to use it." He walked out of the shop into the afternoon light of Diagon Alley, the wand in his hand, the letter from his mother in his pocket, and the whole of the wizarding world spread out around him on cobblestones that his feet had never touched until 2 weeks ago and which were already starting to feel like ground he knew. The alley was louder at 3 in the afternoon than it had been at 10 in the morning. The news of Harry's presence had, predictably, moved through the street the way news moved through small places, and there were more people who happened to be looking in his direction than chance could account for. He noticed it. He didn't alter his pace. A small girl, 4 or 5, pointed at him from her mother's arms and said, "That's him, Mummy," with the open certainty of children stating obvious facts. Her mother looked mortified. Harry looked at the girl and smiled, and the girl went pink and hid her face in her mother's shoulder. Hermione, walking beside him with her books and her natural energy, "Does it bother you? The recognition?" "No," he said. "Should it?" "I think it bothers most people," she said. "The famous ones. They get uncomfortable or they lean into it too much." "I'm not most people," he said. Not arrogantly. Just accurately. Hermione looked at him. "No," she said thoughtfully. "You're really not." She paused. "I think we're going to be friends." "I think so too," he said. "Good," she said. "I don't have many. People find me a bit much." "I find you exactly enough," he said. Ron, on his other side, eating an ice cream he'd got from somewhere, made a sound that suggested he'd been included in this orbit of friendship without being formally consulted and was entirely fine with it. They left Diagon Alley at 4:30. Harry walked through the leaky cauldron on the way out and felt it again, the shift in the room, the eyes, the recognition with its 2 layers. He looked at the room and nodded, a general acknowledgement that he was here and they were watching and that was fine, and the room, somehow, felt that it had been dealt with properly. Outside, on the street, he stopped for a moment. London in summer. Muggle London, perfectly ordinary, buses and pavements and people with their own lives going in their own directions. He'd lived his whole life inside Muggle London's logic and he was standing at the door between that and the other thing, and both of them were real and both were his. Molly appeared beside him. She looked at the wand in his hand and then at his face. "How was it?" she said. He thought about the vault and the letter and his mother's handwriting and Ollivander's pale eyes and the way the wand had felt when it came home in his palm. "Good," he said. "Really good." He paused. "Molly, the property deeds. There's a house in London. A townhouse." She looked at him. "I don't know what to do with it yet," he said. "But it's mine. I thought you should know." She looked at him with the warm practical expression she wore when she was deciding something. "You have time to figure it out," she said. "You have time for all of it." She put her hand briefly on his back. "Come on. I told your father we'd be back for dinner." "Your father." She said it without noticing she'd said it, the automatic easy way of someone who was already living in the future she was building. Harry noticed. He went through the door with her and into the late afternoon, wand in his pocket, letter over his heart, and the whole long summer still ahead. Chapter 7. The Hogwarts Express. The last week of August had a different quality to it than the rest of the summer. Harry noticed it on Monday, a subtle shift in the light, something in the way the evenings came earlier and the mornings had a slight edge to them that July hadn't had. The Burrow felt it too, in the way houses feel seasonal changes before the people in them consciously register it. The pace changed. Molly began a systematic campaign of preparation that involved checking trunks against lists with the thoroughness of someone who considered leaving anything behind a personal failure, and the house filled with the specific busy energy of multiple people getting ready for a departure that was close enough to be real but not yet close enough to be felt properly. Harry packed his trunk on Wednesday. He'd never owned a trunk before, or indeed anything that required a trunk, and the process of filling it was strange in a way he hadn't expected. He sat on Ron's floor with the trunk open in front of him and laid things in it one at a time, the robes from Madame Malkin's, folded precisely, the books from Flourish and Blot stacked with their spines aligned, the cauldron nested inside the telescope case because they fit together and it made spatial sense, the wand in its box on top, though he kept taking it out and putting it in his pocket because it felt wrong to close it away. The encyclopedia went in. The photograph of his parents, flying on a broomstick, his mother's hair streaming back, his father laughing at something off camera, he wrapped carefully in a piece of plain cloth he'd asked Molly for and put in the front pocket of the trunk where it wouldn't be pressed on by anything else. His mother's letter he put in the inner pocket of his school robes. He sat back and looked at what he'd packed and thought, this is everything I have, and it is considerably more than I had 3 months ago. The thought was not sad. It was the opposite of sad. It was the specific satisfaction of looking at a thing accurately and finding it was good. Ron came in while he was still sitting on the floor and looked at the trunk and said, "Did you use an organization spell or are you just like that naturally?" "Naturally," Harry said. "Slightly alarming," Ron said. He sat on his bed and looked at his own trunk, which was at the foot of his bed in the state of something that had been approached several times and not yet committed to. "Mum's going to make me repack mine." "You haven't packed it yet." "She's going to make me repack my approach to it," Ron said. He lay back on his bed. "You nervous?" Harry thought about it. "No. I'm nervous," Ron said. "Not about the magic or the classes or any of that. More he made a gesture that encompassed some large undefined social anxiety. Everyone knowing everyone. Everyone having cousins who told them things. Bill went and Charlie went and Percy went, and now Fred and George are already there, and people are going to expect me to be a specific thing." "What thing?" "A Weasley thing," Ron said. "Not bad. Just specific." He paused. "I want to be my own specific." Harry looked at him. "You are already your own specific," he said. "You just can't see it yet." Ron threw a sock at him. "Don't be wise. It's annoying at your age." Harry caught the sock. "I'm older than you by 3 months. You're wiser by about 20 years. It's not about age." Harry set the sock on the floor. He looked at his packed trunk. He thought about Hogwarts, not nervously, but with the particular attentiveness he brought to things he was interested in. He was deeply interested in Hogwarts. Not just as the place where he'd learned to properly use the thing in him, but as a world, a structure, a community that had been doing something specific for 1,000 years. He wanted to understand it the same way he'd wanted to understand the Nature Encyclopedia, thoroughly, from the ground up. "I wonder about the sorting," he said. "The hat puts you somewhere," Ron said. "I know how it works. I wonder what it'll make of me." "Gryffindor," Ron said. "Obviously." "How obviously?" Ron sat up. He had the expression he wore when he was being serious in the way that looked like casualness because he'd learned to wear seriousness lightly. "You walked into a Wisengamot hearing and made 41 people vote for something by talking for 5 minutes, he said. "You're not afraid of anything. You think about other people before you think about yourself. That's Gryffindor. He paused. Also, it was your parents' house. That doesn't determine it, Harry said. No, Ron said. But it's not nothing. Harry thought about his father laughing on the broomstick in the photograph. He thought about his mother's handwriting, slightly rushed, written in a week when she knew what was coming and wrote a letter to her son anyway. No, he said. Not nothing. September 1st arrived the way significant days sometimes did, not dramatically but with the particular quality of having been approached from a long distance and having finally arrived at closeness. King's Cross at 10:30 in the morning was the ordinary chaos of a large station, hundreds of people going in every direction with the focused indifference of people who had trains to catch and no particular interest in anyone else's reasons for being there. The Weasley party moved through it with the energy of a small army, Molly in front, Arthur behind, 5 children and their trunks navigating the concourse with the particular difficulty of a group whose trolleys were not operating as a unified fleet. Ginny had come to see them off. She was going to Hogwarts next year, a fact she seemed to have complex feelings about, excited and impatient in ways that occasionally broke the surface of her general demeanor and then got pushed back down. She walked beside Harry on the way through the station and said, at one point, in a voice that was absolutely not trying to be casual, "Fred says you're brilliant on a broomstick." "Fred is kind," Harry said. "Fred is never kind when he doesn't mean it," Ginny said. "He only says things he believes." She paused. "I can't wait to fly with you next year." "I'll look forward to it," Harry said. She went pink and walked faster to be beside her mother. They found the barrier between platforms 9 and 10. Fred and George went first, then Ron, then Harry. He walked at an even pace into the solid-looking barrier and through it, and the station changed. The Hogwarts Express was exactly as he'd imagined it from the description in the introduction book, and also completely different from how he'd imagined it, because imagination couldn't account for the smell, coal smoke and steam and the specific warm metal smell of the engine, or the noise, the platform full of students and families at the particular pitch of a crowd managing departure, or the red of the train itself, which was a very specific red, deep and definite, the kind of color that knew what it was. Harry stood on the platform for a moment and looked at it. He felt his magic do the thing it did when he was somewhere that mattered. The brightening, the attention, the sense of a space that was about to become known. "Come on," Ron said, bumping his shoulder. "We need a compartment." Molly's goodbye was brief and complete. She hugged Ron, who bore it with the resigned affection of someone who had been hugged by this woman his entire life and had no defenses against it. She straightened Percy's collar, which Percy had not asked for. She said something to Fred and George that was inaudible but produced twin expressions of specific guilt. She looked at Harry. She put her hands on his shoulders. Not a hug, she'd learned his relationship with physical contact and adjusted for it, offering it when he was ready and not when it would be pressure. Her hands on his shoulders were enough. "Right," she said. "Not once a week. Whenever." "I will," he said. "Eat breakfast," she said. "All of it." "I will." And Harry, she stopped. Looked at him with the expression he'd come to know over the summer, warm, direct, entirely without pretense. "You know exactly who you are. Don't let anyone convince you otherwise." He looked at her and thought, she might apply for guardianship, and thought, the hearing is in October, and thought, yes. "I won't," he said. She let go. He got on the train. They found a compartment about a third of the way down the train, 6 seats, window facing forward, the kind of compartment that was better than average without being conspicuous about it. Ron took the window seat. Harry sat across from him. They sat in comfortable quiet for a few minutes while the platform continued happening outside. Harry watched through the glass, families, groups of older students with the ease of familiarity, first years with their newness written all over them, the specific quality of anticipation a large group shares when they're all going to the same place. The door opened. Hermione Granger stood in the doorway with her trunk and a large ginger cat that was regarding everything with the superior expression of a creature that had not been consulted about this journey and had opinions. "Is this compartment full?" she said. "No," Harry said. "Sit anywhere." She put her trunk up and sat beside Harry. The cat arranged itself on the seat across from her with the specific posture of someone establishing claim. Ron regarded it cautiously. "Crookshanks," Hermione said. "He's very intelligent." "He's enormous," Ron said. "Both can be true," Hermione said. The train began to move. Harry felt it, the slow forward pull, the platform sliding past the window, Molly on the platform with Arthur's arm around her shoulder growing smaller, Ginny waving with both hands. He watched until the platform disappeared and the train was in the London outskirts, brick and sky and summer end green flashing past the window. He was on his way. Neville Longbottom arrived at their compartment looking for a toad. He appeared in the doorway with the expression of someone who was having a difficult day that had started before the train left the station, round-faced and slightly anxious, a quality about him of someone who was not yet entirely sure that the world was not going to do something inconvenient at any moment. "Sorry," he said. "Has anyone seen a toad? He keeps escaping." "No toads," Ron said. "What does it look like?" Harry said. "Like a toad," Neville said, slightly helplessly. "Brown. Quite lumpy. His name's Trevor." "When did you last see him?" Harry said. "About 20 minutes ago. I put him in his box and then I looked away and," he gestured vaguely at the corridor. Harry thought about this for a moment. Then he turned his attention outward in the way he'd learned over the summer, not seeking, not searching, just listening, the way you listened for a specific sound in a room full of noise. He felt the train, its length and mass, the many people in it, the many small lives moving through it, and something small and cold-blooded and slightly confused, for compartments forward and on the floor near the heating duct. "Forward 4 compartments," he said. "Left side, near the floor." Neville stared at him. "What?" "Trevor. He's probably by the heating. Toads like warm places." "How do you," Neville started, then stopped, then said, "Can I go check?" Harry said. "We'll keep a seat if you want to come back." Neville went. He came back 4 minutes later with a toad in his hands and an expression of pure relief. "He was exactly there," he said. "How did you do that?" "I was listening for him," Harry said. Neville sat down in the remaining seat, Trevor clutched in both hands with the grip of someone who had learned through experience that lighter grip did not result in the toad remaining. He looked at Harry with the expression of someone who had been surprised into attention by something they hadn't expected to be surprising. "I'm Neville Longbottom," he said. "Harry Potter," Harry said. "This is Ron Weasley and Hermione Granger." Neville's eyes went through the two-layer recognition. He handled it differently than most people had, not with the awe that verged on paralysis, but with a kind of specific thoughtfulness, as though he was processing what he knew and deciding what was relevant. "I know about you," he said. "My gran talks about your parents a lot. She knew them. In the order." Harry looked at him. "Your grandmother was in the Order of the Phoenix?" "Yes. She'll like you, when she meets you. She'll think you look like your dad." He paused. "You've got your mum's eyes, though." Harry was still for a moment. Then he said, quietly, "Yes. I've been told." Neville looked at Trevor. "Sorry. Was that all right to say?" "Yes," Harry said. He meant it. "It's all right." Neville relaxed by several degrees. The trolley came at some point after Leeds, a woman with a cart of every possible edible thing the wizarding world had decided to put on a train, moving through the corridor with the cheerful efficiency of someone who loved her job. Harry bought a significant quantity of things because he could, and because the summer had taught him that abundance was something to enjoy rather than distrust. He passed things across to Ron and Hermione and Neville, chocolate frogs and Bertie Bott's every flavor beans and cauldron cakes and something called a pumpkin pasty that turned out to be excellent. Hermione had a book open on her knee but was eating a chocolate frog with one hand and had been drawn incrementally into the compartment conversation without appearing to notice it happening. Neville was attempting to get Trevor interested in a piece of cauldron cake, with no success. Ron was eating with the focused contentment of someone in their natural state. The compartment was warm and full of the specific comfortable noise of four people getting to know each other without trying, just through proximity and shared sugar. Harry sat in the middle of it and felt, not for the first time and with slightly more ease each time, the specific quality of belonging somewhere. The door of the compartment opened with the particular energy of someone who had already opened several compartment doors and was accustomed to a specific reception. Draco Malfoy stood in the doorway. He was pale and sharp-featured with an air of careful composition about him, clothes perfect, hair precise, the specific quality of someone who had been taught since birth that presentation was power and who believed this and was also, underneath it, genuinely bright. He was flanked by two larger boys who had the presence of people whose function was primarily spatial. His eyes moved across the compartment and landed on Harry with the recognition that everyone's eyes did. But his recognition had a different texture, not the two-layer warmth of people who'd watched the broadcast and felt something. This was more calculated, a rapid assessment of the situation's possibilities. "Harry Potter," he said. "Yes," Harry said. Malfoy stepped into the doorway properly. "I heard you were on the train. I thought I'd," he paused, recalibrating slightly, the way someone did when the reception wasn't matching the script they'd prepared. "I'm Draco Malfoy." Harry looked at him with the direct, uncomplicated attention he gave everything. He didn't fill the pause. He didn't extend anything. He just looked. Malfoy's composure held. It was well built. Whatever you thought of him, his composure was genuinely solid. "Malfoy family," he said, in a tone that was almost not like he expected this to mean something. "Almost. You'll have heard, I've read a bit of wizarding history," Harry said. "Old family." "Yes." Something moved in Malfoy's expression. Not offended, recalibrating again, faster. "You're not what I expected," he said. "What did you expect?" Malfoy looked at Ron, who was watching this exchange with the expression of someone who had heard the name Malfoy from his family and was running what he knew alongside what he was seeing. He looked at Hermione, and his eyes did something with her bushy hair and her book that was not kind, though it was brief. He looked back at Harry. "I thought I should introduce myself," he said. "Since we'll be at Hogwarts together. It's worth knowing who, the right people," Harry said. He said it without heat or mockery, just repeating the shape of what was coming. "That's where you were going." Malfoy met his eyes. "Something like that." Harry looked at him. He took his time about it. He looked at the clothes and the composure and the two large boys in the doorway and he looked, more carefully, at the thing underneath, the intelligence, the ambition, the way someone moved in the world when they'd been taught the world was a hierarchy and they were near the top of it. He thought about Petunia in the sitting room saying I was afraid of everything he is. He thought about what fear looked like when it dressed up as confidence. "I appreciate the introduction," Harry said. "I'm already sitting with the right people." He said it without looking away from Malfoy. Without aggression and without apology. As simple and complete as a door closing. Malfoy held his gaze for a moment. He was not stupid, Harry had already established this in 4 seconds of watching him, and he was reading the room the way someone smart read a room, and what he was finding was not what he'd expected to find. He'd expected the orphan boy, the muggle-raised underdog, someone who would be grateful for the attention of someone like Draco Malfoy. What he'd found was someone who had already decided, and whose decisions had a quality of finality that didn't invite renegotiation. "Right," he said. He stepped back. "We'll see how the sorting goes." He went. The compartment was quiet for a moment. "He's going to be trouble," Ron said. "He's going to try," Harry said. "Same thing." "Not really." Harry unwrapped another chocolate frog. Trouble is when someone succeeds at making things difficult. He's just, in his own way. He'll find his people and I'll find mine and probably we'll spend 7 years irritating each other. He caught the frog before it could live up to its name. That's fine. Neville was looking at him with the specific expression he'd had when Harry found the toad, surprised into attention. You're very calm about things. I spent 10 years being afraid of a man who was afraid of a child, Harry said. It recalibrates the threat assessment somewhat. Hermione looked up from her book, which she'd gone back to but not, Harry suspected, been reading since Malfoy left. He's a Malfoy, she said. His father has significant ministry influence. I read about the family. I know, Harry said. I've also read about them. He paused. Having influence doesn't make him right. It just means you need to pay attention. Are you paying attention? Hermione said. Always, Harry said. She went back to her book, which this time she actually read. The train moved north through the afternoon. England went from urban to rural in the gradual way of a country that's too old to hurry about it, the cities thinning into towns, the towns into villages, the villages into fields, and eventually just the wide open country, hills and stone walls and the particular green-grey of northern England getting into the view from every window. Harry watched it and thought about the country he was crossing towards something he hadn't arrived at yet. He thought about the sorting. He'd told Ron he wondered about it. What he hadn't said, and hadn't needed to because it was between him and the hat, was that he was less interested in where it put him than in what it found. He was curious about himself, in the specific way he was curious about anything, he wanted the information. The hat would look at everything in him, all of it, and it would see him accurately. That was interesting. He thought about what Fred had said. You and your magic are the same thing. He thought about what Ollivander had said. Be careful with what you are. He thought about what he'd said to Ollivander. I'm planning to use it. He was still planning to use it. He felt no particular need to revise that. He was aware, in the way he was aware of most things, with the peripheral accuracy of someone who'd spent years watching carefully, that walking into Hogwarts as Harry Potter, right now, was walking into a room where everyone had a version of him in their heads. The boy who lived. The boy from the broadcast. The boy who'd spoken to the Wisengamot and come out of Gringotts with a wand and a vault and a letter from his mother. The boy whose accidental magic had done something no accidental magic had done before. He was all those things. He was also, he'd been figuring this out all summer, with the broom and the magic and the books and 3 helpings at Molly's table, simply himself. A boy who read nature encyclopedias and found Jinx mechanics interesting and laughed at Ron's jokes and felt most like himself 100 feet above the ground. He was going to Hogwarts as that. The train slowed as evening came on. They changed into robes at some point. Hermione organized this with the practical efficiency she brought to logistics, announcing the timetable for the small changing spaces in the carriage with enough authority that people simply did what she said, and came back to the compartment in their black robes with the slightly ceremonious quality of people who had dressed for something. Harry looked at his robes in the window reflection as the dark gathered outside. He looked like a wizard. He looked like what he was. His wand was in his pocket. He could feel it, not literally, it wasn't heavy enough to feel, but the sense of it there, its readiness, the ongoing conversation between it and the magic that it both contained and expressed. First view of Hogwarts, Neville said suddenly, pointing at the window. They looked. It was on a hill, lit by what must have been thousands of windows because from this distance it was just light, a warm constellation of it against the dark sky, towers and ramparts and the overall impression of something ancient that had been built to last and had. The lake below it caught the light and held it, and the whole of it, castle and water and the dark hills beyond, had a quality that was the same quality the wand had had when Harry first picked it up. Recognition. Rightness. The compartment was quiet. Ron was looking at it with something he didn't have words for. Neville was holding Trevor with both hands again without noticing. Hermione had closed her book and was looking at the window with the expression she wore when encountering something that exceeded her preparation for it. Harry looked at it and felt his magic do the full brightening, not the gentle ambient thing, but the full version, the thing that happened when it was responding to something significant. He felt the castle's magic from here, across the water, old and deep and layered with 1,000 years of people doing magic inside it, and it felt like coming home. Which was not right, he hadn't been here before. But it felt like what home felt like when home wasn't a place but a principle. A thing you recognized. There it is, Ron said quietly. There it is, Harry agreed. The boats were a first-year tradition that nobody had mentioned in the introduction book, which Harry found was the case with all the best things. They couldn't quite be described, they had to be experienced. Hagrid, enormous, bearded, warm-voiced, with the energy of something very large that was trying very hard not to be alarming and mostly succeeding, called the first years to the boats with a "no more and 4" to a boat that carried across the dock like weather. Harry, Ron, Hermione, and Neville took a boat. The lake was black and perfectly still, and the castle rose from the water on its hill with the full impact of something seen properly for the first time. Harry sat in the bow of the small boat and felt the magic of the water below them, deep and inhabited, something alive in it that was ancient and aware. He filed this under interesting, investigate later. Hermione said, softly, the enchantments on this lake are extraordinary. I read about them, the giant squid, the mere-people colonies. There are mere people. Neville said. In the depths, yes. They've been there since the founder's time apparently. Harry was watching the castle get larger. What are the mere people like? Territorial, Hermione said. But there's a diplomatic arrangement with the school. They're recognized as magical beings with their own legal status. I'd like to meet them, Harry said. Ron looked at him. They live underwater. People have managed, Harry said. Of course, Ron said, with the expression he wore when Harry said something that was technically reasonable but practically unexpected. He'd been wearing that expression fairly often this summer and had adapted to it well. The boats reached the stone dock. They filed out. Hagrid led them through a door in the rock face and up and through passages, and Harry felt the castle's magic intensify with each step, deeper and older and more thoroughly woven into every stone. They came up into the entrance hall. It was vast. Torchlit. The staircase rose above them in the way of something that had stopped pretending to be subject to Muggle physics some time ago. The noise of hundreds of students eating in the great hall beyond the double doors carried through, warm and full and real. A ghost floated through the wall and said good evening in the absent way of someone who'd been doing this for several hundred years and still found it pleasant. Harry looked at all of it. He looked at the ceiling above the entrance hall, the ceiling above that, the whole ascending stack of a building that had been doing something significant for a very long time. He looked at the students around him, 30 or so first years, various states of overwhelm, Hermione with her chin up and her eyes moving over everything with methodical interest, Ron straightening his robes with the nervous energy of someone whose composure was solid but not effortless, Neville holding Trevor. He looked at the doors to the great hall. He was ready. Professor McGonagall appeared at the top of the stairs with the specific presence of someone who had appeared at the top of these stairs more times than she could count and had never once found it anything less than purposeful. She looked at the first years assembled below her and her eyes moved across them and found Harry's. Something passed between them, not warmth, not exactly, because McGonagall was not a warm publicly kind of person, but acknowledgement. You're here. This is where you're supposed to be. He nodded once. She looked away and began speaking to the group about the sorting ceremony, her voice carrying in the way of someone who had no need to raise it because the room simply responded to her. Harry listened and looked at the doors and felt his magic settle into the particular quality it had, present, ready, entirely his, and thought about what the hat was going to find. He thought, everything. He thought, good. Chapter 8, What He Already Is. The sorting hat was older than anything Harry had ever touched. He understood this the moment McGonagall lifted it from its stool and held it up before the assembled first years in the Great Hall. It was a battered, patched, entirely unprepossessing object, a pointed wizard's hat that had clearly been a pointed wizard's hat for about 1,000 years and showed every one of them, and yet it had a quality that the Nature Encyclopedia didn't have, that the Hogwarts introduction book didn't have, that even the wand didn't have. It had depth. The accumulated weight of 1,000 years of seeing into people and knowing what it found. It opened its brim like a mouth and sang. Harry listened. The hat's song was different from what he'd expected, not a simple list of houses and qualities, but something more structural, a description of what the school was, what it was for, what it was built on. It talked about the founders with the specific authority of something that had known them personally. It talked about the choosing, not assignment, it said, choosing, the hat chose and the student chose and together they arrived at where they went. He filed this under important. The Great Hall was itself a thing to absorb. He'd looked at it when they came in, the 4 long tables, hundreds of students, the staff table at the far end with its row of teachers in academic robes, the enchanted ceiling showing the night sky above them, clear tonight, stars beginning to show through thin cloud, and the overall impression was of a space that had been full of people for so long it had become about the people, the magic of it shaped by generations of use into something warm and layered in the way of a library that people had actually loved. The staff table. He found McGonagall at it, already seated, her expression the neutral professional version she wore when she was in public. Beside her, a man in a purple turban that did something odd to the ambient magic around him. A woman in emerald green with a very sharp expression. A large man with the specific physical presence of someone who'd spent time doing things that required it. And at the center, the headmaster's chair. Dumbledore. He was watching the sorting with his hands folded and his expression quietly attentive. His eyes moved across the first years the way an old teacher's eyes did, not assessing threat or hierarchy but something more complex, something that was recognizing futures he hadn't seen yet. When they moved to Harry they paused, briefly, and Harry met them, and they moved on. That was sufficient. The sorting began. Names called alphabetically. Students going up, sitting on the stool, the hat descending over their heads, sometimes taking a moment and sometimes nearly instant. The Great Hall reacting with the enthusiasm of people who had been through this and remembered the feeling of it, each house table erupting when a new member was announced, the sound bouncing off the stone walls and the specific warm way of enclosed spaces with a lot of people who were genuinely glad about something. Hannah Abbott. Hufflepuff. Susan Bones. Harry clocked the name and thought of Amelia Bones and the legal pad, Hufflepuff, which made the Hufflepuff table very loud and Susan Bones go pink and pleased. He watched each sorting with the attention he brought to things that were informative. Not about the students, he barely knew them yet, but about the hat. Watching it work. Watching the quality of its attention, the way it sometimes went still and quick and sometimes tilted, consulting something. The way it made its decisions with the confidence of something that had done this 900 times and still found each one singular. Hermione was called and practically walked to the stool, she'd been in visible readiness for some time, and the hat barely touched her hair before shouting Gryffindor with an enthusiasm that suggested it had been waiting for this particular placement with some anticipation. The Gryffindor table erupted. Harry clapped with genuine pleasure. Neville Longbottom took longer than most. The hat sat on his head for almost a full minute, and Neville sat very still with his hands in his lap and the expression of someone engaged in an internal conversation of some significance. Then, Gryffindor. The table welcomed him with the warmth of a house that understood it had gotten the right person, and Neville walked to his seat with Trevor held carefully in both hands and the specific expression of someone who had just been told something about themselves they hadn't been entirely sure was true. Draco Malfoy walked to the stool with the composed certainty of someone for whom this outcome had been planned in advance. The hat touched his head and said Slytherin without what Harry would have called meaningful deliberation, and Malfoy walked to the Slytherin table with the satisfaction of someone arriving somewhere they'd always intended to arrive. He looked at Harry as he went. Harry looked back. Then, Potter, Harry. The Great Hall went different. Not quieter. It was already relatively quiet, the sorting carrying its own ceremony, but the quality of the attention changed. Harry felt it physically, the way you felt weather. Every person in the room was now operating at a slightly different frequency, leaning slightly forward without being aware of it. He stood up. He walked to the stool the same way he'd walked into the Wisengamot chamber, at an even pace, without hurry, looking at what was in front of him rather than at the room looking at him. He sat on the stool. He looked at the staff table, Dumbledore, McGonagall, the others, and then at the ceiling above, stars through moving cloud. The hat came down. The inside of the hat was dark and close and smelled of old felt and something else, something that didn't have a Muggle equivalent, the specific smell of old magic concentrated. Then it spoke. Not aloud. Inside his head, in a voice that was old in the way that mattered, not decrepit, but deep, accreted, the voice of something that had seen 10 centuries of people and had opinions. Well, it said. Here we are. Harry waited. I've been looking forward to this one, the hat said. Not because of the name. I've sorted Potters before. Because of what I can already feel from here. A pause. You know what I mean. I think so, Harry said. Most people come to me uncertain about themselves, the hat said. Afraid of one house or another. Wanting somewhere specific. 11 years old and already constructing identities to protect themselves. Another pause. You're not doing any of that. No, Harry said. You already know yourself, the hat said. It sounded, not surprised. More like the specific satisfaction of encountering something it hadn't expected to encounter this particular evening. Not fully. You're 10, you'll keep learning. But the foundations are down. That's unusual at this age. Unusually unusual, even by the standards of this stool, which has held some remarkable people. I had a useful summer, Harry said. The hat made a sound that was somewhere between a laugh and a hum. You did. I can see all of it, you know. The cupboard. The broadcast. The burrow. The hearing. A pause that had weight in it. You held yourself together through all of that. Not by suppressing it, I can see the places where it hurts, and I'm not going to pretend they aren't there, but by deciding it was not going to be the most important thing about you. Harry sat with this. Yes. Most people in your position would have one of two responses, the hat said. They'd become afraid, or they'd become angry. Both comprehensible. Both limiting. A pause. You became clear. That's a different thing entirely. Is this the part where you tell me where I go? Harry said. Not impatient. Genuinely curious. In a moment, the hat said. I want to tell you something first, because I have the advantage of perspective you don't, and you strike me as someone who uses information well. All right, Harry said. The thing that happened to you, the hat said, the 10 years of it, it didn't make you hard. I've seen children whom cruelty made hard, closed, defended. It made you careful. There's a difference. Hard people shut things out. Careful people pay attention. You pay attention to everything, to what's true, to what people actually mean underneath what they say, to where the gaps are between what the world claims to be and what it is. A pause. That's going to be your greatest strength. And it's going to make you a difficult enemy for anyone who relies on people not looking too closely. Harry thought about Amelia Bones's legal pad. About 41 votes. About the fence post lifting in the Burrow garden. I understand, he said. Now, the hat said, and he heard something shift in it, the particular gear change of a decision being formalized. You could go in several directions. You have the patience of a Hufflepuff and the mind of a Ravenclaw and something we'll call the ambition of a Slytherin, though yours is aimed at things that Slytherin itself has historically struggled to point ambition toward. Harry waited. But what you fundamentally are, the hat said, is brave. Not performing bravery. Not determined to be brave. Simply, it's your default state. The world gives you something frightening and your first instinct is toward it, not away. You walked into that Wisengamot chamber at 10 years old and said what needed saying because it needed saying, not because you'd steeled yourself to do it. It never occurred to you to do anything else. I suppose not, Harry said. That's Gryffindor, the hat said. That's the thing Godric built this house for. Not the dramatic courage, anyone can be dramatic, but the fundamental orientation toward what's right even when right is inconvenient or frightening or lonely. A pause. You won't be lonely. But you'd have done it anyway. Yes, Harry said. One more thing, the hat said. Yes. The boy, the hat said quietly. With the toad. Harry waited. He's going to need a friend more than most, the hat said. He knows he's brave and he doesn't believe it yet. You're going to be there for the moment he starts believing it. A pause. Look after him. I will, Harry said. Good, said the hat. And then, loudly, through the brim that the entire great hall could hear, Gryffindor. The Gryffindor table was loud in a way that went past the usual house enthusiasm. Harry walked to it through the noise and found it had a different quality than the other sortings, not just welcome, but something more. Some of the older students were standing. A girl with red hair and a prefect badge was clapping with both hands and the specific expression of someone who'd been waiting for this. Students he'd never met were looking at him with a warmth that he understood, now, was the warmth of 47 television screens and a summer of wizarding Britain having a conversation with itself. He sat down. Between Hermione and Neville, naturally, and across from Ron who had arrived 10 minutes earlier and had the satisfied expression of someone whose prediction had been confirmed. Told you, Ron said. You did, Harry said. Hermione was already oriented toward the front of the hall where the sorting was continuing. Neville had Trevor in his lap under the table and was feeding him something small and secretive. The noise settled back into the ceremony. Harry looked at the table in front of him. At the plates and goblets that were empty now and would not be empty for long. At the candles floating overhead. At the stone walls with their tapestries and the ghosts drifting near the ceiling with the comfortable ease of things that had been haunting this hall for considerably longer than anyone sitting in it had been alive. He was here. Dumbledore's start-of-term speech was warmly peculiar in the way that, Harry was beginning to understand, Dumbledore himself was warmly peculiar, a combination of genuine insight and deliberate whimsy that kept people slightly off balance, which Harry suspected was a choice rather than a personality trait. He mentioned the third-floor corridor restriction, which Harry filed under definitely investigate, and he welcomed the first years with a sincerity that was genuine even if everything around it was performance. The food appeared. It appeared all at once, which was the correct way to do it, no gradual presentation, no ceremony, just the sudden presence of more food than Harry had ever seen on a table in his life. He'd been at the Burrow all summer and Molly Weasley's table was extraordinary, but this was a different scale entirely. Everything, at every possible preparation, in quantities calibrated for hundreds of people who were hungry from a day of travel. He ate. He ate without self-consciousness and without rush, the ease of someone who had spent a summer learning what it felt like to eat without anxiety. He tried things he didn't recognize and found most of them excellent. He had a conversation with Hermione about the likely content of first-year potions while eating roast chicken, and she had a conversation with him about wandless magic theory while eating treacle tart, and neither of them found this combination at all strange. Neville had found two people on his other side who were also from wizarding families, a girl named Parvati Patil who had an intensity and warmth that made the table feel immediately more alive, and a boy named Dean Thomas who was Muggle-born and London-raised and had the sharp observational energy of someone who was already building a map of this new world from scratch. Ron was talking Quidditch with a boy named Seamus Finnegan who had the specific enthusiastic energy of someone who had found their natural conversational partner. Harry looked at the table and the people at it and the hall full of people beyond and felt the certainty he'd had on the train, sitting in the bow of the boat, watching the castle resolve out of the dark. This was his. After dinner, the prefect led them to Gryffindor Tower. The castle at night had a quality the introduction book had mentioned but which could not be adequately described by any book: it was alive. Not metaphorically. The staircases moved. The portraits watched you and commented. The walls had a temperature that wasn't cold and wasn't warm but was aware, the deep settled awareness of stone that had absorbed 10 centuries of magic and held it. Harry walked through it with his eyes open and his magic gently attending to everything, the way it had learned to do over the summer, not reaching, just listening. He felt the castle feel him back. It was subtle, a slight warmth in the walls when he touched them, a tendency for the portraits to turn toward him before the others, a sense from the building itself of something recognizing something, the way old things recognize the kind of magic they'd been built to hold. He filed this under follow-up extensively. The fat lady guarded the entrance to Gryffindor Tower with the self-importance of someone who understood that their role was ceremonial and had decided that this made it more important rather than less. The prefect said the password. The portrait swung open. The Gryffindor common room was red and gold and firelit and full, the upper years already there, and the first years came in and were absorbed into it in the natural way of new members finding an old place, looking at everything, taking stock, beginning the slow process of recognizing a home. Harry looked at it. The deep chairs and the worn rugs and the notice board with its layers of notices going back years, and the fire and the particular noise of a lot of people who had been coming to this room for years and carried the comfort of that with them. He stood in the middle of it and felt, quite simply, without drama, that he was where he was supposed to be. The dormitory was a circular room with 6 four-poster beds and 6 first-year boys and a view out the tower window of the grounds below, the lake visible as a dark gleam in the moonlight, the dark tree line of the forbidden forest beyond. Harry unpacked only what he needed for the night. He put his trunk at the foot of his bed, his wand on the bedside table, his robes hung on the peg. He looked at the bed, a proper bed, full-length, the duvet turned down with the impersonal efficiency of institutional housekeeping that was, nonetheless, warm. He took out his mother's letter. Not to read, he'd read it many times now, he knew it well enough that he could have recited it, but just to hold for a moment. The parchment was slightly worn at the folds. Her handwriting on the envelope, slightly rushed. He put it carefully in the inside pocket of his folded school robes and lay down. Around him, the sounds of 5 other boys settling in, Neville talking quietly to Trevor, Ron's voice and Seamus's, the scratch of Dean's sketchbook. "Harry," Ron said, from the next bed. "Yeah." "What did the hat say?" "It took a while." "We had a conversation," Harry said. A pause. "About what?" "The summer, mostly," Harry said. "And what I'm like." He paused. "And Neville." From across the room, Neville's voice, "Me?" "It told me to look after you," Harry said. A long pause from Neville's direction. "The hat said that?" Neville said. "Yes." Another pause. It doesn't usually, I know," Harry said. "I think it meant it." "Oh," Neville said. Very quietly. Harry looked at the ceiling of the 4-poster bed, the heavy red fabric, the darkness beyond it. He listened to the castle settle around him, its sounds, its shifts, the distant sound of the lake, a ghost moving through a wall somewhere below. The deep old magic of it, present and layered and entirely welcoming. "Ron," he said. Thank you for the whole summer." A pause. "It's Mum you should thank." "I have," Harry said. "I'm thanking you too." Ron was quiet. "You're going to be my best mate for the next 7 years, aren't you?" he said. It was not quite a question. "Probably longer than that," Harry said. "Yeah," Ron said. "That's what I thought." He didn't sleep immediately. He lay in the dark of the 4-poster bed in Gryffindor Tower and let the day settle, which was what he did at the end of significant days, not analyzed it, just let it land. The sorting. Neville and the toad on the train. Hermione's expression the first time they'd agreed on something. Malfoy in the corridor, looking for a hierarchy that Harry wasn't interested in providing. The Great Hall and the food and Dumbledore's speech. The castle feeling him back. He thought about the summer. He thought about the television set in the Weasley sitting room, and the broadcast, and the bolt on the cupboard door, and what his magic had done in the dark at 9:42 on a Wednesday in late July when he'd been too tired and too hungry and too compressed to make any decisions himself. He thought about what the hat had said, not hard, careful, and found it true in a way that mattered. He thought about 47 screens and what they'd set in motion. He thought about Molly at the burrow door with her arms crossed, watching them go. The hearing was in October. 3 months. She'd told him, the morning they left for King's Cross, that Arthur had consulted with the ministry and the application was ready and she'd submitted it the day after the first hearing. He'd asked what it was like to fill in. She'd said it was 17 pages and she'd done it in an evening and felt entirely good about every answer. He'd said thank you and she'd looked at him the way she looked at him sometimes, the combination of fierce and tender, and said, when it's done it'll be done. Until then you're here and that's what counts. He turned this over in the dark. He thought about the cottage in Godric's Hollow. The deed in the vault. The property that had been his since birth, sitting protected and empty on the wrong side of an ending. He would go there eventually. Not soon, not because he was afraid of it, but because some things needed time to be ready for. He would go when he was ready and when he went he would take his time about it, and he would stand in the place where his parents had been people before they were symbols, and he would make his peace with what it was. He thought about Voldemort. Not with fear, the hat had said his first instinct was toward frightening things, and it was right, and this was the most frightening thing in the horizon of his life. He thought about it with the same careful directness he brought to everything. There was a thing out there that had tried to kill him as a baby and had made a choice that had marked him and would come back, at some point, in some form. This was going to happen. Thinking about it clearly was more useful than not thinking about it. He had time. He had Hogwarts. He had magic that he was only beginning to understand and a wand that fit him and a world that had, imperfectly, late, with some dragging of feet, shown up for him. He had Hermione, who would read everything and share it. He had Ron, who played 3 moves ahead and had seen him clearly from the first evening. He had Neville, who was braver than he knew and who Harry had promised to be there for when he started knowing it. He had McGonagall, who had sat across a table from him and said that is a failing I own completely with her eyes entirely steady, and who would be in a classroom starting tomorrow, teaching him things he wanted to learn. He had Molly. He had the wand on the bedside table and the letter in his robes and the photograph of his parents in the front pocket of his trunk, a man laughing on a broomstick and a woman with his eyes. He was not afraid of any of it. He was 10 years old and he was Harry Potter and he was at Hogwarts for the first time in a 4-poster bed in Gryffindor Tower with 5 other boys and a toad and the whole of the wizarding world having had a summer that had changed its relationship to itself, and he had started that. His magic had started it. His magic which was him, which was always him, which had decided in the dark of a cupboard on a Wednesday night that enough was enough and the world needed to look. The world had looked. And here he was. He woke early, as he always did. 5:30, the particular quality of morning light that was entirely new, castle light, coming through a tower window, angled differently than any light he'd seen before. He lay still for a moment and listened to the room, 5 boys sleeping, the sounds of the castle, far off somewhere the sound of the lake, and underneath all of it the deep stone hum of a building doing what it had always done, simply existing and holding and enduring. He sat up quietly. Put on his robes. Picked up his wand. He went to the window. The grounds in the early morning were extraordinary. The dew on the grass catching the first light in a way that made the whole sweep of lawn gleam faintly. The lake perfectly still, the castle reflected in it upside down, the whole image so clean it seemed deliberate. The forbidden forest at the far edge of the grounds, dark and thick and full of things he didn't know yet, which was an invitation rather than a warning. He put his hand against the glass of the window. The glass was cold. Behind it the stone of the tower was warm in the way it had been warm all night, the ambient warmth of something that was paying attention. He felt his magic settle into the morning the way it settled into every space he occupied now, not dramatically, not with particular effort, just present. His. He thought, I'm going to learn everything there is to learn in this building. He thought, I'm going to figure out what I am and what I can do, and I am going to do it fully and without apology. He thought, and then, when the time comes, whatever needs doing will get done. Not a promise to anyone in particular. Not a performance. Just the interior statement of someone who had looked at the shape of their own life and decided to walk toward it with their eyes open. He stood at the window in the early morning light and looked at the grounds and the lake and the forest, and the castle held him in its old warm stone, and his magic was bright and full and entirely without shadow, and he was entirely, completely, specifically himself. The Wisengamot hearing on the guardianship question was held on the 17th of October. Harry attended by Fleur from Hogwarts, escorted by McGonagall, who had arranged the travel with the organized competence of a woman who had been doing complicated logistics for 40 years and found it unremarkable. They went on a Saturday morning, Harry in his school robes because he didn't have anything else and because school robes were, he'd decided, exactly sufficient. The hearing was shorter than the first one. Amelia Bones presented the application. Arthur and Molly Weasley appeared and answered questions about their household and their intentions and their resources with the combination of honesty and warmth that was simply what they were when they were being themselves. Harry was asked once whether the arrangement was agreeable to him. He said yes. He said it clearly and completely and without qualification. The Wisengamot voted. 44-6. Afterward, in the corridor outside the chamber, Molly hugged him. A proper hug this time, not hands on shoulders, a full Molly Weasley hug, which was brief but total, the kind that communicated something that words were less efficient at. He let it happen and then he returned it, which surprised her slightly, and he felt that in the catch of her breath. Right, she said, when she let go. She was looking at him with bright eyes. That's done. That's done, Harry agreed. Arthur was shaking hands with someone across the corridor. McGonagall was standing a few feet away with the expression she wore when she was very pleased and very professional simultaneously. Back to Hogwarts for lunch, she said. Yes, Harry said. He walked with her through the ministry corridor toward the Floo, and behind him he could hear Molly already on a conversation with Arthur about what they'd tell the kids and what he'd need to bring from Hogwarts at Christmas, her voice warm and entirely practical in the way that warm and practical was its own kind of love. He felt it and didn't look back and walked forward, which was the only direction he'd been going for months now. He wrote to Ron from the Floo room before they went back. 44-6. It's done. See you at dinner. The owl, a school owl, brown and businesslike, took the note and went. He stepped into the green fire and said Hogwarts, and the world turned and spun and gave him back his castle, warm stone and the smell of lunch from the great hall and the ambient hum of 1,000 years of people doing magic in its walls. He stepped out into the entrance hall. Hermione was at the bottom of the stairs with a book and an expression that said she'd been positioned there with specific intent. How did it go? She said. 44-6, he said. Her face did the thing it did, the rapid internal process concluding in something warm. Good, she said. Then, because she was Hermione, I've been reading about the potions essay. Snape's topic is actually more interesting than I initially thought if you look at it from a theoretical standpoint rather than a practical one. Show me at dinner, he said. Obviously, she said. They went up the stairs. Ron was at the top, having clearly received the owl approximately 40 seconds ago and come down from the tower at a pace that was not technically running because running in the corridors was against the rules and Ron was not going to be told off for running in corridors on a day like this. He looked at Harry with the expression that had started on the first evening at the Burrow and had been there, with variations, ever since, the expression of someone who had decided and was continuously finding the decision confirmed. 44-6, Harry said. Ron grinned. It was the full one, the one that he usually kept for chess victories and Quidditch news, uncomplicated and broad. Mum's going to lose her mind, he said. She's heard, Harry said. She was there. She's going to lose it again, Ron said. At home. Probably several times. Harry thought about this. I'll look forward to it, he said. And meant it. They went up to the common room together, three of them, through the corridors of Hogwarts that were already becoming familiar in the way that places became familiar when you moved through them daily and started to know which steps creaked and where the light came from at what time of day and which portraits were worth stopping to talk to. The castle around them with its deep warm awareness, its 1,000 years of people becoming themselves within its walls. Harry walked through it with his wand in his pocket and his mother's letter in his robes and his parents' photograph in the trunk in his dormitory and the shape of his whole future ahead of him, complicated and uncertain and full of things that would be hard before they were good, and he walked through it easily, with the long-strided confidence of someone who had found out, over the course of a single summer, that the world was larger than a cupboard and he was larger than he'd been allowed to be, and who had decided, simply and permanently, never to be smaller again. Neville met them at the top of the stairs with Trevor and a face full of something that had been building since the train. "The herbology greenhouse is open," he said. "Sprout unlocked it for the weekend. Do you want to?" "Yes," Harry said. No hesitation. Neville lit up. Just, lit up, the whole face of him, the particular brightness of someone whose enthusiasm has been met head-on instead of managed. "I'll come," Hermione said. "Obviously I'm coming," Ron said. "What else am I doing?" They went together, four of them down through the castle and out through the oak doors into the October morning, the grounds golden and cool and entirely themselves, the lake bright under the autumn sky, and Harry walked out into it all with his face in the light and his friends beside him and the world wide open, and the thing that had gone out of him in a cupboard in Surrey on a late July night, the thing that had found 47 screens and said look at this, someone look, it had been answered, completely and finally, and what was left was simply the life it had been reaching for. He went into the greenhouse. He let it begin. 3 weeks later, the Daily Prophet ran a short notice on page 8, Ministry Welfare Division begins operations, first annual checks conducted on 46 wizarding children in Muggle placements. All found healthy. The notice was 4 sentences long and had no photograph. Amelia Bones read it over her morning tea and turned to the next page. She had work to do.